Yeah, yeah, but the whole Native
Brian,
American, yeah. Say what?
love yourself, bro. You're a black man. Love yourself, man.
Oh, I do. I mean, that's why I'm with my lady. So, you know.
Accept yourself, Brian.
Brian, have you tried African Institute DNA test? Have you tried that test yet?
I don't trust it, man, because here's the thing. I'd be afraid to trust it, really, because I want to find out about other stuff. Be honest with you, I already found out the 15% stuff already.
But Brian,
You know what I mean? I'm just saying, I don't want to
Brian.
be coming out with like my DNA. They can't trace the male side because of this, of that.
You're scared about that, but listen to this, Brian.
Here's the thing, because
Yeah.
like I was telling you about my father, and me and was talking about that. As far as the DNA results, because thank God for my mom in that respect.
But Brian, let me tell you this. But
Right.
they do warn you. They do warn you. Listen, do not take the Patrick Clan test, because some of you guys might be upset, especially if you're Black American male. They advise you not to take the Patrick Clan test. I've taken both the Patrick Clan and the Matrick Clan, and both came out to be African. But my thing on this is this, right?
Mine's too.
If your Patrick Clan is not African, let's say is of European descent, and if your Matrick Clan is African, then I would say to you, then identify with the one with the mother side. Period. That's just how I would view it for Black Americans.
I mean, how the way I look at it, I identify with myself now. Live in the United States. I'm an African American, Black American, whatever you might coin it, and that's about it. I have my kids, stuff like that. They're going on with their lives. And living their lives, and I feel I did my job as a parent.
That's good, man.
And then I got about another 20, hopefully 30 years on this planet, and I'm gone, and then my progeny or seed, pass on whatever who they marry, or well, one of my sons is already kind of married, but it's all good.
But Brian, don't you want to know your tribal origin in the motherland, man?
Not really.
Damn,
I mean, to me that doesn't matter anymore.
I feel you, man. I feel you. So you become something new in America. I can accept that, man.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I think I know one of my tribal origins, but I'm just going to keep that one under wrap a little bit.
Malagasy, we know.
No, not that one. That's like this. I'm talking about my mom's side.
Yeah.
I definitely have an idea what they are, specifically being from South Carolina, and certain things that they did. And I did get some African matches for a certain region, and I was kind of surprised and stuff like that. And and it was pretty much interesting. And then you have one of those relatives who are kind of who does the whole record keeping and stuff like that. I have it in both sides of my family. I have one cousin, it's kind of funny in my father's side of the family. It's just so complex. It's grandmother line, always lived in Delaware, owned by goddamn, what do you call those people? Quakers. You know what I'm saying? And,
what's that? They're like the Amish people?
Kind of, I guess they are. I mean, they're kind of like Amish, but they're different. But Quakers, modern Quakers are a little bit different. And then you also have my father's side of the family, my father's side of the family, who came from Texas. So it's, interesting how complex that side of the family.
I'm not gonna lie, Brian. When I first came into the space, and I used to hear you talk, I thought you was like mulatto mixed or something like that. Like I thought you were probably like a a mixed guy. But I seen a picture of you, my nigga. You black as shit.
Yeah, man, bro. Brian is a good guy, man. I like Brian.
Hold on.
I like talking to
What
Brian.
picture you seen of me? I'm just curious.
I guess you was laying in the bed or something like that. I guess you camped up by accident on a different stream. And
Right.
That's what I seen.
Yeah.
But Brian, let me ask you this, Brian. Even though that you may not want to know your tribal origin in Africa, but you at least is proud that you are of African descent, right?
Of course, of
Mhm.
course.
Okay, there you
No
go.
problem with that.
There
Yeah,
you go.
I would
That's
say
good. That's a
the
good
vast
thing.
majority of Black Americans are like,
yeah.
for the most part. You know what I'm saying? But
It's it.
this whole
Yeah,
FBA movement is like an internet movement, and
yeah, it
I
is.
guess it's starting to trickle down to the streets. But for the most part, like
I don't
I'm
see it trickle
unfamiliar
down
with
the
it.
street much. I
I'm
don't see it.
unfamiliar with it. Like I just learned about it like a year ago. Like I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What is that? But it is what it is, bro. It's like it's just like a separation. People have to choose a side, man. You know.
Yeah, but do you think that's gonna favor what they're trying to create? Like, so that's gonna help. That's gonna favor so-called FBA people. If that comes to term, if you think that's gonna, if they're saying that they want to delineate from other black, you think that's gonna help? Do you think that's gonna
No, I
favor
don't think so.
FBA? It's
No,
not. It's not,
no, I
man.
don't think so. But apparently they don't see it like that. You know. A lot of when I be on like the FBA channels, like BSI's channel, and a lot of them seem like they don't have no hope. You know what I'm saying? They're dependent on reparations and all of that.
Yeah.
Like come on,
No,
be for real.
you gotta put on yourself. You gotta put on yourself. You can't.
Yeah, be for real, man.
Yeah,
Nobody's
yeah.
thinking
So
about no reparations. If they give it to us, they give it to us. But I'm not thinking about no reparations. Who gives a fuck?
listen, guys. If a group of people enslave you because of your skin complexion and they deem you to be inferior, do
Mhm.
you think these people are going to give you some type of monetary funds? You think these people are going to repair like anything they have taken from you? You think their descendant going to help you out after they have taken everything from you, your language, your culture, to a point that they make you speak their own language and make in a way force you to practice like their culture? Do you think these people are going to give you any type of preparation?
I don't know, but the way I look at reparations now, like the
That's my
whole
point
argument about it,
exactly. They
I don't
not.
know, but the way I look at the reparations argument right now, it just seems like they're trying to bait Black Americans to to stay within the political lines or whatever. So you'll have like Democrats, they'll entertain the reparations argument just to keep people into the Democratic Party, just to keep people to vote for them. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. People in the
It's
Democratic
like a
Party,
carrot on a
they
stick.
are
It's like a
baiting.
carrot on a stick.
Exactly, they are baiting Black Americans to keep voting for the Democrats. So now the Democrats figure that out. They're like, damn. So we can't keep that. We can't keep it up. So that's why they are allowing
All they're
these
doing is baiting
Hispanics.
them, because when you
Right,
actually
right.
talk to the Democrats, like the Kamala Harris, their understanding of reparations is it's not an ethnic specific type of thing. They want to, if they're gonna give a reparations, their idea of reparations is gonna benefit all minorities, which is that
That's
defeats
the
the purpose of
problem.
reparations. Like that's a problem, yeah.
No, I mean, I think with that is they don't want to upset society. I mean, if you start doing that, it's just going to create. It's not going to be. It's not. I mean, think about it. It's almost close to 50 million Black Americans in the country, or probably even a little bit less, a little bit more. That would pretty much, and right now our country has a deficit now, a really, really deep deficit problem. Okay. Like the time you get older, you might not have any type of Social Security. That's how deep, our deficit is right now. So, so the whole reparations. I mean, imagine giving out the money. I mean, no, that's not going to happen. That'll bankrupt the country.
But Brian,
But even
I know you're going to
Ramos,
get that.
real
Yeah,
quick.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Even if they do give out the reparations, right? Obviously, white people they're gonna try to look at you got to know about your genealogy, your lineage. If you're talking about your
Yeah.
pretendian, if you're talking about your all these different things, doesn't that defeat your reparations argument? You have to link your family to the translated slave trade. If you're calling yourself an Indian, then you're like, how you gonna get reparations, bro? That doesn't make sense. You're defeating your whole argument.
It doesn't at all. But Brian, as a realtor, you got a good career. You're making a decent amount of money. Do you really need the reparation money? To be honest, Brian, do you really need that?
My nigga, extra money wouldn't hurt. Come on, Ramos. Anybody would
I
take
mean,
reparations.
I think with that situation, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen at all as far as reparations and stuff like that. you know, that's it's just not going to happen.
Personally for me, I'm not a Black American, right? But if I was a Black American, I wouldn't want it. Like, if you have done crime and you commit atrocity to my ancestors, I don't want nothing from you. Me and you were gonna be enemy till the end of times. That's just how I see it. That's just my perspective. But I'm not Black American. I'm not trying to make Black American to think like me, to have my viewpoint. I'm just this is just my opinion. Yeah.
Right.
But to be honest, a lot of Black Americans, they're doing good, man. You know, it's only the Pookie and Ray Ray, man, that's holding good Black American people back, you know. But like they always put the negative on the media, thinking this is all Black American. It's not. It's not, because I live in the South. You know, some Black American, not all of them. Some Black American, they are doing exceptionally well. But some of them, man, they just Pookie and Ray Rays, man.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. So they're doing good here down south, but not all of them. But some of them, man, just like for instance, Memphis, Tennessee, bro, it's crazy. I'll never go there. I'm glad I'm in Nashville, because I'll never go to Memphis, man.
Memphis is the most dangerous city in America right now.
Yeah, Memphis is bad, bro.
Yeah. Memphis, Baltimore, St. Louis.
But Memphis is on another level. Now they're talking about this incident that happened. Your Gotti brother getting murdered, and now
I heard about that.
Now they're going after your Gotti and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it, man.
Yeah, no, I heard about that.
Yeah, that's all this stuff they're talking down here in Nashville.
So you lived in Memphis before?
I've never gone to Memphis. I live in Nashville, but you know, a lot of people from Memphis, they are moving up here in Nashville.
I was just saying that I noticed that, like, a lot of Black Americans that live in like Memphis, Tennessee, like those areas, they tend to be like real like Black, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you would not be able to tell the difference between, you know, them and, like, you know, African, you know, brothers and sisters.
I wouldn't say that because a lot of them, they are marrying, like, you know, the snow bunnies and the blacks. A lot of them, they're doing those interracial marriage and having babies with white men and white women. I've seen a lot of them. I've seen a lot of mixed kids down here that are part Black, part white. Yeah, I've seen those. So
you said they be married to the snow bunnies. So what about you? You don't like snow bunnies?
I don't deal with that, man. Listen,
so you never dated a snow bunny before? Keep it 100.
I've never, bro. I came from Haiti, man. I've never.
Yeah, I know a lot of Haitians that date outside. Like, you know, they date other races.
That
Dominican,
is true.
Spanish, all
that is true. That is true, brother. But because of my family lineage, we don't do stuff like that. So I want to keep it like that. But I don't discriminate if an Asian person want to deal with a white man, white woman.
So if you seen a banging ass, like, you know, snow bunny, and she's interested in you, you're gonna turn her down? Like, what are you gonna do?
Yes, I'm gonna turn her down. Because that's not my preference.
I've never been in.
So if she asks you, like, yo, what's the reason why you're rejecting me? What are you gonna tell her? You gonna tell her because she's white?
No, I'm just gonna say to her, like, that's not my preference. You're not my preference.
Oh, okay.
I have a preference. I have a preference of women, and I like dark-skinned women, and I don't discriminate. It's just not my preference, man. You know. For me, I don't see race, man. For me, I just see, like, for me, it's just preference, you know, because some people like skinny women, they like their women to be some type of way. For me, you know, I'm a tall dude. I'm 6'4", right?
Oh, wow.
So I love a woman that would be at least 6 feet, dark skin. Like, I like a woman that's darker than me. That's just me. That's just me, man. That's the reason why I like dark skinned women. You know.
Now, Judge Nola, did you see this picture here? This is the picture I only could think about. I'm in my little man cave over here.
Well, that's you?
Yes, man.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that picture, no. But you're a handsome brother, my guy.
I'm all right. I mean, I lost a lot of weight, unfortunately, with this situation I'm in. But
why you want to waste your beautiful black jeans to these mulattoes, man? Come on.
well, because I have mulattoes in my family.
Yeah.
Can't stop with what my family was. Can't stop that.
True.
Brian
Yo, when I
loved
was
the
growing up, like bringing a white chick home was not it. Like
yeah, I mean,
your aunts, my mother, my grandma, they would look at you funny, like what? Like they promoted like dating within dating other black people.
Yeah.
So in my family, you have a lot of people that are intermixed with like Jamaicans, Haitian, Garifuna, like we mix with like those type of people.
I mean,
we don't have no white.
I dated one white woman. I have to admit, I did feel uncomfortable. I'm not gonna lie about that. I did. I just didn't feel, right. I mean, not necessarily didn't feel right, but it was more or less, you know what I mean? Because women started looking at me crazy. They say, "Why is this dude one of the good ones?" With her, that type.
They was giving you the side eye.
yeah, I was getting that. So it was just kind of like, she was cute and she was nice and all that, but I'm not strongly attracted to white women like that. I'm not.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, I have some friends who are, and I give them 100%. If that what you like, that's what you like. But for me, I've never been into white women like that.
Yeah, I think Rob Moses is lying. I think he had a snow bunny before.
Never, bro. Never, brother. I can't like listen, Jeff. For me, it's the culture, and then like even when I got down here, man. At that time, like me and my girl, like we were together. She took me to downtown Nashville. I was in awe. I'm like, damn, I've never seen so many white people like this in my life. Downtown Nashville is only white people. All I see is just only white people. But it's just, for me, it's just not my preference, man.
Yeah.
I don't hate white people, man. I don't discriminate against them. It is what it is. But it's just not my preference. And then some of them are very friendly, to be honest. To be quite honest with you, some of them are very friendly. And some of them, if they see that you need help, they're gonna help you out.
Yeah.
But it's just not my preference, man. I will not date any of them. Like if some of them need help, I would definitely like give them like a helping hand. But in terms of dating white women, no, man, that's not my cup of tea. That's not my cup of tea. No.
What about dating a Dominican? Would you date a Dominican?
No, never. Don't even mention that to me. No.
Yo,
no.
bro, nah, that's crazy.
You know why? It has like
the reason why I asked, look.
Yeah.
The reason why I asked, because I'm from Boston, right? We got the second or third most biggest Haitian population here, and I see a lot of my Haitian friends, bro. They got white chicks, they got Dominican chicks. Like I ain't gonna lie, them niggas is hoes, bro. They fuck mad different bitches, bro.
Americanized Haitian. For me, I can't.
But you're Americanized Haitian too. What are you talking about?
I'm not Americanized. You see the accent in my voice, Jack. Come on, man. I'm not Americanized, man.
I don't know.
I'm not Americanized, man. For me, when it comes to Dominican, it has to do with the culture. We don't share the same culture. Linguistically, we don't speak the same language. Like even when Dominicans speaking Spanish, you got other Spanish speaking people. They don't really understand what Dominican are saying.
Yeah, so because their dialect of Spanish is different from Puerto Rican. Like they talk really fast, bro.
Yeah.
And they got their own like little slangs, and they have like different expressions. You get what I'm saying? Like they have different expressions, bro. Which I believe comes from Africa. You get what I'm saying? That's why I'll be like, some Dominicans they don't acknowledge their African heritage. Some do, and I mean it is what it is. My experience with Dominicans that's up in Boston, like they. For the most part, they acknowledge their black heritage, but it depends on like, I guess the generation. You know what I'm saying? Like people in my generation, they rep their black heritage. You know what I'm saying? But maybe the older generation, they probably more into like being Spaniards and all of that type of stuff.
It sound like the Creoles here. Some of them are like that.
Yeah, that's what it's like. But
old,
it's crazy
old,
because
older
out here during
generation.
the Caribbean festival, you'll see like Haitians. Dominicans. They be waving their Haitian flag. They be jumping in the float and dancing. And bro,
Really?
yeah, over here, bro. I got videos on my phone. I'll show you, bro. No cap.
Oh man.
That's what I'm saying.
What?
That's why I don't generalize because
What century are we living on?
It depends on. Yeah, I don't generalize because it depends on. I believe it depends on demographics, right? Because here in Boston, like we have similar like racial demographics as New York, somewhat similar, but the experience is a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? Like our, the black population isn't as big as in New York, so over here, like all the black people, the Black Americans, Caribbeans, Haitians, Cape Verdeans, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, like we all intermix with each other. We get along. Like for the most part, we don't bang over because of you're this, you're that. No, Boston is mostly like it's about neighborhood. You get what I'm saying? Like if you're from my neighborhood, I'm gonna look out for you. No matter if you Puerto Rican, Dominican, Haitian, Cape Verdean, like we just look out for each other. It's about neighborhoods.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's different. That's why I don't generalize. But in New York, it's a little bit different because they actually fought against, the black gangs. They fought against the Dominican gangs and the Puerto Rican gangs in the jail. So they got a different experience.
Ja, let me tell you something, Ja. In New York, the Dominicans, there's no problem with Haitians. Their main problem is with Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, it's the same in Boston when I was growing up.
I was
the Puerto Ricans and the Dominicans bang on each other more than anything, bro. You know
man, when I'm telling you, like the bang on each other, man. Listen, when I first arrived in America, I went to this junior high school, right? This junior high school. It was nothing but Hispanic, like mainly Dominican, Mexican, Puerto Rican, and I was maybe few of the blacks, in that classroom. And when they asked me where I came from, I said I came from Haiti. All the Dominicans were shaking my hands, and sometimes they were making sometimes they were making fun, like how Haitian live in Dominican Republic. When Haitian wanted to sell something, like they will always be yelling on top of their lungs. So they're selling this, they're selling that, But I thought they were gonna jump me, but they were very friendly to me. And then after school, like during recess, they were fighting the Puerto Rican. I thought they were gonna fight me. I'm like, damn, wow, I was shocked, man.
Yeah,
that really took me for a loop. I was really shocked, man.
Now it's better, but when I was growing up, like the Puerto Ricans and Dominicans they hated each other. And like up here we have like the Puerto Rican festival, the Dominican festival, and they would show up to each other's festivals and like fight each other, shoot each other, like you know what I'm saying? Like they not rock with each other. And it was more so like the Puerto Ricans that were more aggressive towards the Dominicans.
Yeah. Brian, I'm saying Brian, Ja, I think what it is that Dominicans want to identify with all the admixture they have in them, like the African, the European, and the indigenous Taino. With Puerto Rican, since the Puerto Ricans are more familiar with the black, and then they begin accepting black culture, even though a lot of Black Americans would not consider them to be black, but they would talk black and wanted to be black. And when Dominican was saying that, hey, I'm not black, I'm Dominican. In speaking for Dominican, I don't think Dominican are saying that I'm not black. I just think they are saying that
they're not black.
They're not Black American. That my nationality is Dominican. My culture is Dominican. So I accept everything that's me. Like whether it be African, European, and indigenous, I'm gonna rep all of that. But the Puerto Ricans, they were like, listen, nah, man. Like you gotta be black. Like you're darker than us.
Yeah. Puerto Ricans. It's crazy because Puerto Ricans are more. They look more whiter or more European looking, but they rep their African heritage like hard. Like they go hard for their shit. Like they don't shy away from it. They acknowledge it. But Dominicans, like I said, it depends on what type of Dominican you meet, because you have like the hood Dominicans, they rep their blackness, but you have like the uppity Dominicans, they more so identify with the Spaniards and stuff like that, and they don't really have a proper understanding of their own history too. I noticed like a lot of Dominicans.
Yo,
Like they
yeah,
literally believe
some
that they
Puerto
descendants
Rican
of
New York.
Spaniards. They really believe that, like that they don't have no. Some of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some Puerto Rican in New York, man. That dude was very pale, man. That dude was talking black to me, man, saying nigga this, nigga that. You know what I'm saying? Like all talking all that slang, man. Like using like African American vernacular, man. I'm like, man, how are you white, man? I said, nah, man, I'm not white, man. You know, like my great grandmother was black, like well, she was mulatto, this and that. You know, like we like skin black people. I'm like, yeah, right. But he was a cool guy, man. But for some reason, man, he hated like messing around with Dominicans, man. Like his main beef was with Dominican, like oh Dominicans, like they are the blackest people in Hispanic culture. Like how come these people are not repping like African culture like that? And I was like, yo, bro, man, like if they're saying like they're not black, man, like they want to rep like everything that represent them, like let them be. But to him, that was very problematic, you know. But yeah, man, that's the thing.
All right, gentlemen, I gotta go. Gotta bounce. Gotta take care of some real estate stuff, unfortunately.
All right, bro.
All right, bro.
Make some money. Yo, Kaiser, can you send the link, man? Put the link in the chat, man. Some people wanna come here and chime in.
I think Kaiser probably sleeping.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but up here, bro. Up here, we don't like black people up here. We take that blackness shit serious. Like you can't. Like I remember, in school, like a lot of the black people, we would run down on the Dominicans, like, yo, y'all got beef for Haitians, and they would backtrack, like, no, we don't got beef for Haitians, blah, blah, blah. And that's kind of how I end up learning about like the history of between the Dominicans and the Haitians, because nigga, I was one of those people that used to run down on Dominicans, like, yo, what's your issue with Haitians? And then I remember this one Dominican kid, he was telling me like, yeah, the Haitians, they enslaved us and all of that stuff like that. And I never knew about that, but I was like, yeah,
Ja,
but you
at
guys,
that
I'm
time
like, you
we,
guys
we
were
were
siding with the
hard.
enemies, bro.
Listen, Ja, at that time we were hard on that black supremacy stuff, man. So we wanted to eradicate them and replace them. listen, Ja, let me tell you this, right? So I don't know if you've been paying a lot of attention to Haitian history. Like there's this guy on YouTube. He's a young brother, like probably the same age as you. Because I'm 32 years old. I don't know how old you are. I'm 32, but his name is Neferkari Dessalines.
I watch him all the
And
time. That's my dude.
I,
And he
I
lived in
give him
Boston too.
props. He knows a lot about Haitian history. I was shocked, for a guy that is very American, he knows a lot about Haitian history. But
bro, I thought he was Black American this whole time because his whole swag, everything about him is black. You get what I'm saying? But
yeah,
he's bro, like his mentality is like how typical like black Bostonians is. That's why I thought he was from. I'm like, yeah, you from Boston? He was like, yeah, I lived there for a while. I was like, oh shit, like I figured that.
Yeah, he's a good dude, man. He's very cocky and arrogant, man. But I think that's what all Haitians are. But let me say, well, the reason why Haiti wanted to eradicate Dominicans because that they were mixed people. And in 1804, right, on January 11, 1804, Dessalines signed a decree that to the U.S. Congress that he wanted to purchase all black American, and they were gonna give like each captain 40 US dollars for every black American they brought to the shore of Haiti, and then they would give these people weapons. These really black Americans would become Haitian citizens, and then they would give them land. So that was the main reason why like we conquered Dominican Republic. We wanted to get rid of them, and then replace them by other black people. That's the reason why we attacked Dominican Republic. And still to this day, they hate us on. They kind of hate us for that. And I can understand that, man, because we really did these people dirty, man, because they were mixed. But
Moise,
yeah, go ahead, Dr. R.
What's up, Moise? What's up, John? Moise, what do you think of Raphael Trujillo, the guy behind the Posley massacre? The Posley massacre.
Well, what I can say to you is, like, I'm gonna be honest with you. The Haitians, they were not innocent from that massacre. That I strongly condemn it. At the same time, the Haitians, they were going at the border. They were raiding Dominican cows, pig, like farm. Like they were stealing everything. They were raiding stuff and then killing a lot of Dominicans. And then the Haitians who had nothing to do with it, uh, like you kind of in a way kind of categorize like all Haitians as one, and then he employed the Dominican military there to slaughter as much Haitian as he could. But let me tell you this. Here's a funny story behind this, right? Here's a funny story behind this, right? So after he slaughtered thousands of Haitians, right, because they couldn't pronounce they couldn't pronounce like the R in parsley. So the Dominican gave a bunch of lands to the Haitians. And then Trujillo administration, they gave reparation money to the government. At that time, our president at that time was Tenio Vincent. You know what that guy did? That guy kept that money to himself and his other crooked politicians, and he never gave that money to the Haitian victim, to the Haitian victim family that lost their family at the border. So this is how crooked our politicians have been for the longest, man. You know, like you got this guy, Rafael Trujillo. He killed a bunch of Haitians. He ended up giving Haitians a bunch of lands, and then after that, he gave Haitians money after all this shit he did. And then the Haitian politicians kept the money to themselves, man. They never spread that wealth they got from Dominican to the family, to the victim family that lost on their family at the border. So yeah, that's what happened, man.
But you know what's funny about that president? He wanted to bring in European. He encouraged what do you call it? European immigration into the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. And a lot of these
He basically
European
wanted to do a whitening policy. He wanted to whiten up
right,
the population.
right. And let me tell you this. He also wanted to get rid of. Let me tell you this. Another thing. This guy killed like those people that they claimed that they were Haitians. A lot of these people were Dominican. They were black Dominicans. So he killed his own people as well. So a lot of black Dominicans got slaughtered at the border, along with fellow Haitians. So yeah. So he wasn't only Haitian he was killing black Dominican too. Even Dominican will tell you this, that a lot of black Dominicans died at the border. Because you got Dominicans that you got Dominicans in Dominican Republic. I believe they call them Cocolo. They call them Cocolo because these were
That's an insult, Cocolo.
yes. So they
It's
so
like
they call
monkey. It's like saying monkey.
right. You see, these Dominicans, they came from Anglophone speaking country like Jamaica, Bahamas. So they came to Dominican Republic and they reside there, and then they took a Spanish surname. And a lot of them, like when they speak Spanish, you can see the accent. So a lot of them were slaughtered during the Parsley massacre. But still to this day, like they still call them Cocolo.
Moist, what's the relationship like here, since you live in America, between the Afro Latinos and the typical Hispanics? Because is there some sort of segregation amongst the Puerto Rican Hispanics and the Afro Hispanics? You see it with the Mexicans.
You know,
Can I answer that?
Yeah. Go ahead, Ja. Answer that.
So I would say like I would say it's more so like about nationality, right? Because you'll have like an Afro Puerto Rican and a more white, lighter skinned Puerto Rican, and they pretty much they have the same culture, everything. So they see themselves the same, just like with Cubans. You have Afro, Cubans, and you have white Cubans, and they don't have that race problem. You know what I'm saying?
No,
but
no,
they look at
Cubans,
other Hispanic nationalities, and they'll probably turn their nose up at them. Like for instance, Puerto Ricans and Dominicans, they tend to turn their nose up at Central Americans and Mexicans, and they call them mohau. They call them a word called mohau. They call them wetback and all these things like that. So I mean, it's more so about nationality. I would say Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, and Cubans are more alike, more culturally alike, and somewhat genetically close, like, you get what I'm saying, opposed to like Central Americans and Mexicans. So it depends on nationality really and culture.
Is it the same with Cubans? Because the reason why I asked with Cubans, because with white Cubans, they don't really mix with the other Cubans. Like, I'll give an example. One time I was watching that movie. Have you watched that movie about the Menendez? Have you heard of the Menendez brothers by any chance?
No.
It's basically the two brothers in the 80s. They're famous. There's a film about it, the Menendez brothers. They basically killed their parents, and they're very famous for it. You should watch the movie. I watched it like a few times, and I didn't even know the Menendez brothers. All this time, I knew that I thought they were white, just typical white American, but they were like Cuban, white Cuban.
Mm. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I know that usually, like in like Puerto Rico, Dominican, like usually in the capital, like the major cities of those nations, it's usually like lighter skinned people. Like you'll find more so like the darker skin in the countryside and stuff like that. So if they don't mess with each other, I would say it's more so like a class issue and not necessarily like a race issue. I would guess, but yeah. What do you think, Ramos?
With Cubans, I think with Cubans is that they still practice a form of racial hierarchy. Like believing in that white people should be with white people, and then mixed people should be with mixed people, and then black people should be with mixed people. I think they still practice that, but because of communism, like they kind of it's kind of it's
You mean
kind of
you mean
hidden.
socialism?
uh, well, socialism and communism they're the same thing. Like they kind of hide it under the rug, but you can still see it. Let's say for instance, like if you're the Cuban elite, if you're a Cuban elite and if you're white, you're not gonna be with a mulatto woman or a black woman. Like the white Cuban that you see that married mulatto or black Cuban, they are impoverished. Those are impoverished white
Yeah.
Cubans.
So you would say it's
The
more so like
ones
a
that are elite.
class issue, right?
Yeah, it has to do with classism as well. Yeah,
Moise,
yeah.
Moise, I got a question for you. Mulattoes, mixed race people, especially the women in your culture, in your country, are they put on a pedestal like in Haiti or nah? That's all BS.
No, they don't put on a pedestal, man. It's dangerous for them. As a matter of fact, listen, if they are working by themselves, like they could easily get raped or get killed. Man, that's the real truth, man. That's the real truth, you know. Because
Moise,
yeah,
you know what's funny when I was listening to the convo, yeah? You've never dated a white woman. I don't find white women attractive, but played with one in your life.
no. I would never do that. And I don't hate anybody. I love the whole entire human race. It's just that for me, I have a preference. You as a Somali guy, I'm assuming you have a preference, right?
Yes, we all got a purpose, my
Yeah,
brother.
I have a preference. So for me, and I've always stated this, and I'm constantly gonna say it. I love Nilotic women. Like I love South Sudanese women. That's my
Why
preference.
South
So
Sudanese?
hold on, Ramos. So you're saying that you was always like that? You always had a preference?
Yes,
Because
I
listen,
was
because
always like that,
I'm
brother.
looking at me, for example, right? When I was growing up, I didn't have no preference. I dated any chick that I thought was beautiful. But now that I'm older and now that I'm a little bit more into my, history and preserving my culture, now I have a preference now. But back then I didn't really have a preference. I just if you was beautiful, if we was compatible, I'll rock with you. You get what I'm saying? Like I dated a white chick before, and I didn't really take her serious, but it was a long distance relationship, but it is
Moise,
what it is.
Yeah.
Moise, let me ask you a question, Moise, and I'm gonna ask Jar the same question, both of you.
Mhm. Yeah.
Let's say if you was very wealthy, you was worth, let's say, 100 million. You had so much money available and resources, and you had like mansions. Let's say you had a mansion in Atlanta, and you advertise this. It would be stupid to do this, but you advertise, I want the most attractive chick from each ethnicity. She could be Arab, she could be Indian, she could be Afro Latina, she could be Mexican and that. And she has to come to the harem, aka your mansion. And there's going to be a private, there's going to be a private white marble room. You're going to bring each of these women between the ages from 18, actually, forget 18, from 19 to 25. And each of them have to basically in private strip naked for you, and they have to tell you what do they bring to the table, what do they have to do, and they have to basically cook you food. They got like all sorts of things and that. Just think about it as a TV reality show. Do you think what chick do you think would fail the test in order for her to be your wife or your concubine or whatever in the harem for like what, for 5 months, 6 months, or a year, whatever how you want to put it?
Well, let me go first. You know, in my harem, all of them had to be, very dark skinned, like, so-called black people.
100%, 100%,
100%. They cannot be of different ethnic origin, be Arab, Caucasian. Not hating on these people. I think they are amazing people. But for me, it's always has to be so-called black people. That's just me, man. That's just me.
I would pretty much say the same. Like, I don't got nothing against like white, Spanish, whatever, but I would definitely, if I have a harem, like it would be different, black ethnicity. So I would have like a Rwandan chick. You get what I'm saying? Like I would have Haitian. I would have all of that. Like I'm not really attracted to like Asians and whites like that. So I mean, it's all up to people's personal.
With white women, right? Yeah, is it me or they got that? A white woman, right? Yeah, she'll lose her value quickly, man. Her age and that. Her teeth is gonna be yellow. Her skin, like the smell, like they're no good. They're no good, man. They're no good. I'd give the white woman to the Arab. Or the Turk. He'll be very happy with it.
Yeah, most definitely, because they worship white.
You-
Arabs, they worship white.
Now, Doctor, the same question you asked us, answer that question to yourself.
Right.
Me, if I was in that situation, if I had a harem,
Yeah.
that'd be a good one. I'd bring different women from all ethnic groups. I would like to get to know them. I would like to like sample them, how you sample a product, yeah, and get to know them and that, yeah.
Sample them in what way?
Nah, I don't want this channel to be shut down, man. No. I would like to play. I'll do a bit of psychology and that. I would like to know a bit about their background. I would like to know about their family income. I would like to know some things about them and that, so I could retain it for the future and that. You know what I'm saying? Then I would like to get to know the dark chocolate women and that. I would like to know their family history and all sorts of things. Why do they think they're suitable for the harem? And I might be a bit soft with them, show a bit of sympathy and that. Yeah, depends on how they are. Yeah, but I'll make my mind up in the end. It depends.
So would you have a like a dark skinned beautiful Nilotic woman in your harem?
I like dark skinned women, but I'm not really into like Nilotic women. I'm more into like the Caribbean, the Caribbean dark chocolate Afro Latinas, and what's it called, the Cape Verdean type ones.
So you like the exoticals?
I like those type of women and that, man.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I do like what's it called, the non-exotic ones, the women. I was talking to a chick one time from St. Kitts. She had a big ass and she was good looking and that, but she's still waiting for me to come to St. Kitts, man.
Oh shoot. Yeah, man.
Wait. So, Doctor, you were talking to that chick from St. Kitts, or from she's from St. Kitts, but she's living in Great Britain.
No, she lives in the island.
Oh, she wanted you to come to see her.
Yeah.
Oh, so you had like a long distance relationship with her or something?
I did for a bit, but I just broke it up like a year ago.
Yeah, she was probably catfishing you. Did you send her any money?
No. I didn't send no money, man.
Okay, good.
Oh yeah, he's Somali. He's cheap. He ain't sending no money.
I'm not cheap, man. all women are like that
Hey,
anyway.
DG Walala, what's going on, man?
Hey, alles good?
Yeah, Uncle DG,
Yeah,
what's going on? How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you, my brother. I'm
Good,
just
good.
listening. Yeah, learning so many things from the other side of the world. So keep going on. I will ask you later a question about the topic. Okay, let me ask. Now I'm confused when I'm watching like TVs and I hear these words like this person is Hispanic, this person is Latino, this person is Latino X. What is what all these names for? I mean, who is Hispanic? Who is Latino? Can you please tell me? You know,
That's
what's the
their
difference
own ball
between
of
Hispanic and
confusion.
Latino? Yeah. Let
That's
us say
their own confusion, DG.
let us say some famous person that I know, an American singer. I think you all know Jennifer Lopez. Is she Hispanic or is she Latino?
Hispanic and Latino is two of the same thing. It's they don't differ from each other. Like if you say you're Hispanic, that means that you came from a country either in North America or Central America or a country in the Caribbean that speaks Spanish, and in their culture they identify, well, as a whole they identify as Latino, meaning their culture is Latino, their culture is of Latin. That's what that means. Hispanic simply means that it pertains to Spain because since they speak the Spanish language. That's what it means.
That I know. But what about Latino?
Latino is just that they want to identify, as the language they speak, Spanish. In the culture they practice, like their culture is Spanish. That's why they say it's Latino. It's unique to them.
Hmm. And there is something called also Latino X.
Well, they're making a bunch of crazy stuff, man. I don't know what Latino X is.
Hmm.
DG man,
Anyway,
DG. سيدات هاي وريا.
okay, أنا this call is sorry,
في
we
عوني
are
man.
speaking the local language.
مقالة ده كي ماتي.
Um,
I'm hearing
you mean
feedback.
Somalia?
I'm hearing feedback from you, DG.
Okay. Dr. R, do you mean where I come from, Somalia? Do you mean where I come from
هاي
right now?
like مقالة ده like هكا كي ماتي. American كا إنجليز كا
No,
Italian.
I am in Germany, my friend.
Oh, you're in Germany. You're in Germany.
Yeah. Mm.
How's
In
life in
Deutschland.
Germany?
Well, it's okay. The inflation is killing us. You know, the groceries are, the prices are high rocketing. The farmers are striking. The train stations are, yeah, transportation. They are, the last 2 weeks, they were all, on strike. The aeroplanes were strike. The economy is a little bit down. The extremists are high. It is just like any other European country that, just like France and Spain. The economy
I
is
heard
very,
in TG, in Germany, you got a lot of Eritreans and Nigerians and Somalis in that country.
Nigerians are not so that many, but yes, Eritreans and
No, because I checked on Wikipedia, those are the three main groups in Germany.
no, it's not. The Syrians, the Arabs are the main group.
Oh, I'm talking about African.
Somalis, yeah, Africa and the Somalis is like the last time I checked. The register was like 30,000 something. So it's a small number compared to other nations who are here. But yes, when we compare like before 2010 on 2000, let us say 9, the number have increased a lot. So, but now it's declining. Eritreans also the same. Eritreans and the Somalis are side by side. they all rock each other. The Eritreans always follow where the Somalis are. So I don't know.
Bloody hell, man. Yeah, that's definitely true, man. That's definitely true. Ja, where you from originally? What's
I'm Black American, bro.
Black American? I thought you was Caribbean.
Nah, African American, Black American.
Yeah, what's your Ja? What's your thoughts on ADOS?
You said what's my what?
What do you think of ADOS? Like now with this whole ADOS thing that's going on the internet, that's been going on for past what 5 years now, 6 years?
I would say like I kind of got mixed emotions with them because like I understand like the ethnic, they're trying to like establish like a ethnic distinction, right? And you know, I agree with that. You know, Black Americans, we've been grouped with all other people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, anybody can claim to be Black American, African American. You have Elon Musk claiming to be African American. You know what I'm saying? So
But he's
the
not
ethnic,
African American.
yeah, but he's claiming that title. You know what I'm saying? But so you know, and then you have the whole Black thing. Like anybody can just claim to be Black. So I understand like the ethnic trying to establish like an ethnic distinction, but as far as like, you know, banging on other, you know, melanated people or Black people, I'm not with that.
Ja, what do you think of people that pretend to be Black American, like certain Africans?
Like, what do you mean pretend to be Black American? Like dress like them and
No, I'm talking about, yeah, if you were to ask me, if we were to meet, if me and you were in a coffee shop right now having tea and that, yeah, discussing, yeah, and let's say we were just talking, you would ask me where I was from originally. I'm going to tell you straight up, I am a Somali, born and raised in UK, British born Somali. But if you didn't know where I was from originally, I'll tell you where I come from, my ethnicity. I'm not going to say Black American because I am not a Black American. Because
right.
that title is reserved for your people, because you people are distinct people. But you got some Africans that will shamelessly say that I'm Black American.
I don't know. I've never personally seen that, but you know, I would rather like, you know, people just be who they are. Like if you're African, be proud to be African. I noticed that like a lot of Africans
No,
that
what
are
I'm
in the
saying is,
States.
yeah, what I'm
Nah,
saying to you is people hide behind Black whenever they're doing madness. If you know what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're saying they're hiding behind the ethnic name Black?
Yeah, they'll hide behind it.
And then whenever they, yeah. So I mean,
I'll give you an
yeah,
example.
I mean, it's not good, I guess.
I'll give an example. There was one guy
It's not good because that's like me cosplaying to be Igbo or something like that, and you know, acting degenerate. Like that's not good. You're putting a bad name on Igbos, but I'm proud to be who I am.
I'll give an example. How would you feel if a crime is being committed in America? Some 4 black guys, they say they're Black American, but you later find out they are like non-FBA, they're African immigrants. But the media thinks they're Black American, but they are Africans that did madness. Let's say raped a white girl in the park.
I mean, I don't know what to feel about it. What can I do? People are gonna claim what they want. I mean, but obviously I'm gonna feel some way. Obviously, I don't want that type of stigma on my people. Obviously, so I'm gonna feel some type of way. Like, oh damn, why didn't they claim, you know, who they were? Like, why are they trying to cosplay? But I noticed like a lot of,
that's what
you know,
ADOS is doing.
a lot of Black diasporas that come to America, and they absorb themselves into our culture. Like they absorb it in, you know, I'm not against that. But if you're, you know, doing degenerate stuff, then yeah, I'm gonna be against that. But if you're, you know, appreciating our culture, you know, I don't see nothing wrong with that.
That's right.
Yes,
You mentioned, you mentioned a good point. Let us talk about that lady, that famous brick lady. She's a Somali woman, and I think she is first generation of immigrant. I don't know if she was born in America or not.
She said, well, you know, when I first saw her, DG, I hate that woman, yeah. She's a degenerate, yeah. She doesn't even look Somali in my eyes. When I first saw her, she doesn't look like it. She doesn't look like it.
And she's claiming she's doing all bad things, and she is claiming to be Black American. This is disgusting.
Wait, who you guys talking about? You talking about Brick Girl?
Yeah, the brick girl. Yeah, the brick lady.
Yeah, see, yeah, something like that. Yeah, like, people. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, you're cosplaying to be Black. You're doing, making a fool of yourself. Like,
Yeah.
and
No, when she
was
was
trying to
crying,
blame it on the Haitian.
yeah, no, when she was crying at the in front of the bar, she said, "Okay, this dude hits me with a brick, and no black man came to save me." She didn't even say no Somali man came to save me. Why did she say black man?
That's because over here in America, like a lot of Africans and diaspora come over here, they identify with black. You get what I'm saying? Like they identify with that. So probably her experience. Like I can speak from my experience. Like growing up over here in Boston, like we have Somalis here that are in the neighborhoods. They're with us. Like you know what I'm saying? We don't treat them any
Yeah,
differently. Like we
well,
don't
if
treat
you
them
are
any
born in
differently.
the
Like
no, if you are born in the country, yes, that I will say. But if you
yeah.
came like 12 years, 14 years old refugee, you still have your own background. You still have your own.
Like my wife
You still
for
have.
example, she's
You,
Ethiopian, but culturally, like she's either first or second generation. I'm not sure. Second generation because her father I think was born here, but culturally she's Black American. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh, yeah, I didn't even know that, Charlie. Your wife's
that
Ethiopian.
yeah,
What
What's
kind of
the tribe?
Ethiopian? Yeah, what's the tribe? We want to know.
I'm not even sure. I don't even think she's sure. I would have to ask her father.
Damn, she
oh
doesn't even know
But
her tribe.
they're so Americanized. Like her father grew up
oh
listening to
yeah.
Aretha
Is
Franklin.
she exotic, Ja? Is she exotic? We can figure it out from there. Is she exotic?
Yeah, I guess I would say yeah.
Well, then she's Habesha.
Hey,
No, no.
can I ask a question?
Oromo also are very exotic. Yeah, Oromia are also very exotic. Ethiopians women are very exotic. Honor. Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
What you wanted to say something, MVP?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question. Hey, what exactly is the premise of the conversation right now?
I don't know. It's just kind of free flowing.
Just kind of free
Shoot,
flowing.
yeah, shooting the breeze.
All
And
right.
are you new to the
All right. Are
channel?
we I think I don't know why this started popping up in my algorithm, but I'm assuming somebody must have came over to my show because I don't know, I did an FBA show one day that I'm against
Mhm.
FBA adults and all that stuff. So I'm assuming maybe that's why this began to come up in my algorithm. But I was just gonna
Are you Black
ask
American
the
by
gentleman.
any chance?
I'm African. What is Black
African.
American? That's what I want to ask. Yeah, that's what I want to ask the panel. And hopefully we can get some understanding on how we're using these terms here. What is a Black
MVP,
American, if you don't mind me asking?
MVP. By the way, welcome to the show.
Yeah, welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
MVP.
What is a Black American?
Before
A
we have this,
Black American is a American descendant of slaves, so translated slave trade. So it's a specific
Okay.
ethnic group in America that's descendants of the translated slave trade.
Transatlantic slave trade. Okay.
Yeah,
And what is an African?
those that are from the African continent.
right.
Those are that are from the African continent.
Hmm.
Okay,
Yes.
so the people that are from the continent of Africa, are we speaking in terms of generations? Like so many, are we talking about in terms of generations or just those from the continent in general?
I would say those who are from the continent in general are
In
considered
general?
African.
All right,
Yeah.
so uh, all right. So what about the descendants of slaves? I'm sorry, the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. Are those
Mhm.
people considered Africans?
They're of
It
African.
depends. I guess it depends. Like culturally, no, we're not. But
Hold on. Let me finish
obviously,
asking the brothers that are directly. Let me ask one at a time because you jumped right on it. But I'm asking the person that was answering the question. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, Black Americans. Well, Black Americans, the who are the 45 strong million folk in America, they are a distinct ethnic group. They are. I look at them as a distinct ethnic group, and they got a distinct phenotype. And I look at them as Black American. But yes, their ancestors come from the continent. I look at Black Americans as a distinct group.
As a distinct group, can you be a bit
Yeah,
more? Can you elaborate a bit more? Because one thing you said was phenotype.
because
What do you mean by that? Do people from the continent of Africa have a specific phenotype?
yes, of course, Africa, just like with Europe. In my workplace, I work with different people from
Interesting.
different. In my workplace, there's a group of Europeans that are from a country called Romania, and there's another nationality group as well. I think from Hungary, I can tell the difference between both of them because I've been around these people and they are different from one another. Just like in Africa, you got like different cultures, different language families, different phenotypes.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I'm with you on that.
But
But
what
when
I'm
you
trying
sit
to
up there
say,
and as we can sit,
what I'm trying to say to you is, Black Americans, they are a distinct group. If you compare a Black American to a Jamaican, they're gonna look different. They just don't. You could easily tell
that's
because
not true.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't agree with that neither.
Yeah, the reason
But
why
I
I'm
would say
saying that's not true because
we're
you
just
could look
distinct from
at
each other because of culture.
okay, yeah. What I'm sitting up there saying is you could look at a young lady such as Tyla, right? She's a singer and she's from East Africa, born and raised in East Africa. She looks just like one of the sisters down the street here in America.
no, but
When I
Tyler,
asked,
but my brother, the point I'm trying to, my brother, if you were to throw Tyler into, let's say, what's that place called? Selma, Alabama.
Sierra Leone
No,
or
Selma,
Selma, Alabama,
Alabama. She's in the plane. You throw her out of the plane in some rural black area, Black American FBA area, and they look at her just like with the insects and with the animals and that in Animal Kingdom. They're gonna look at her. She's not one of us.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what an FBA is. What is the FBA?
Oh,
What is the FBA?
foundational Black American.
Okay, so that was something that was created recently and hijacked by Tariq Nasheed. That's not an ethnicity. That's a political stance.
No,
That's a
I know.
political
I,
ideology. That is not an ethnicity.
Yeah, I will agree with that.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you. You guys are you're using a political stance as somewhat of an ethnicity. That's not true. That's something that Tariq Nasheed took from Yvette Cornell, and he's hijacked for himself where he's done one thing. He's drawn a line between Africans and African Americans or Africans in the diaspora, and he said we need to focus on ourselves. And he's now promoting this through campaigns such as Twitter, such as Facebook, such as his social media mediums, and it's drawing a divide between brothers like myself and our brothers and sisters over there on the continent of Africa. Because if we deal with it scientifically and not politically, we'll see that we are from the west coast of Africa and from the central and from the interiors of Central Africa, where most of the diaspora was carried from. We would see that scientifically, so we know ethnically who we are.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, I think majority of people here agree with you. I
Yeah,
don't
so
know.
we got to get away from terms such as FBA. If we take Thailand and put her in the middle of Selma, Alabama, with a bunch of FBA, no. Tyler, I already said she looked. You were speaking about phenotype, and phenotypically, she looks just like one of our brothers. Excuse me, one of the not a brother at all. Excuse me, she looks just like one of the sisters from my home state of Detroit. I mean, Detroit, Michigan. She looks just like them. They're just like one of them. It's no different. Africans come in many different phenotypes. I would agree with you, but we would be one of those unique phenotypes that Africa presents to the entire world.
so MVV, what's your background since you said you was African?
What's my background?
Yeah,
So I
family.
think he's Black American, but he's saying that he's ethnically African, right?
Black American. That's just my nationality. American is my nationality. That's what the Constitution labels me because I'm a citizen of the United States.
Yeah, but
But
Black
my
American is a
descendants are
specific ethnic
from
group, though.
no ethnically. I'm an African.
All right, so but within Africa, there's
But,
many different ethnicities. So you have Igbos,
Yeah.
Yorubas, you
Well,
have
my
different.
roots. Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to go back to. Mine trace back to the Yoruba people.
Okay. So would you consider yourself Yoruba?
The Yoruba would not consider me Yoruba because I don't know any of the customs. I don't know any of the rituals. I don't know any of the holidays. That's how when you're starting to deal with culture, that's when you start dealing with culture. So culturally,
um,
I'm not a Yoruba, but it traced me right to that group of people.
That's you see, MVV, I'm glad you said that,
But
MVV, but you can but if you are willing to learn Yoruba culture and custom, they would accept it.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So
Yes, I'm pretty sure they would.
without a shadow of a doubt, they would accept you because they are people of you. I'm assuming like you are of lighter complexion, because there are a lot of people in Brazil who are of Yoruba origin, and when they repatriate to Yoruba land, they are accepted. In fact, a lot of them speak Yoruba. If you go to Brazil, some people in Brazil they speak Yoruba, so they would gladly accept you. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
If you are willing to learn the custom, the culture, the language, and you are very respectful to their laws and the way they do things, yes, you will be
No,
accepted.
no doubt about that, brother. But I want to answer somebody real quick. Ja Zola, he said it just said, homie acted like he never heard of FBA, LOL. No, I've heard of FBA. I just think the FBA stance is full of shit because I'm not going to cuss on this
Yeah,
platform.
but you
I
you
think
just
it's
try to pay. You just try
ridiculous.
to pay and ask the brother like, oh, what is FBI? I never heard of it. Like, like you
Yeah,
was trying
I
to play
said
dumb.
that.
You was
I
trying to play
said
dumb.
that. Oh, well, you're trying to talk fast. I can do. I know that that's a tactic too. No, I was asking him
Tactic.
that so I can begin to show him. Yeah, that's a tactic when you talk over somebody real fast, ask a question and answer it real quick.
Yeah, no, I don't got no
But what I'm
MV,
tactics.
trying to tell you is the FBA.
You're the one
I'm
who
trying to
came
tell
up
you
here with
that
the
the
tactics
FBA
because you're pretending
stands.
not.
No, I asked a question to delineate so we can get down to the bottom of it, so we can because words have definitions and function. So I was letting him know that there's no such thing as an ethnicity called FBA. That comes from a gentleman by the name of Tariq Nasheed, who hijacked, I thought I gave a brief history of it, who hijacked the ADOS movement, the American descendants of slaves, from Yvette Carnell. He hijacked it from her. And this is where we get the FBA movement from. I thought I made myself very clear.
Yeah,
M,
yeah, and I would say majority of people agree with you here. Like me, I'm Black American. I don't identify with the FBA movement, but ethnically, I'm Black American. Like that's my ethnicity. And then like for me to like I guess claim like one specific ethnic group in Africa it doesn't really make sense because Black Americans were an amalgamation of multiple ethnic groups in West and Central Africa. So like I just
And
I just claim the
you
term
know,
African American.
let me say this real quick. You know, at the same time, FBA cannot be an ethnic group, like you said, John. It's an amalgamation of different African tribes. But even within that, if you are willing to go and be accepted by an African tribe, and if you take your DNA test, you know, I'm assuming like this gentleman like took an African ancestry test and he took the matriculated test, and if you want to identify with an African tribe, you can still do that, despite the fact that Black American are an amalgamation of different African tribes, but DNA never changes. So you can still be accepted if you are willing to adapt and learn a new culture that is not Black American. So when people are saying that FBA, like we are our own ethnic group, as if FBA is a tribe, I'm like, no, it's not a tribe because you are a mixture of different tribes. How can you be? Your origin cannot be FBA. Your origin has to go somewhere else. That's the
but
problem
yeah,
I have with them.
Moise, I just googled up here Black American. If you go on Wikipedia, they are classed as an ethnic group.
Because we are.
Yeah, there you
No,
go.
but I want to get to MVB right, yeah, like about these titles and
Well,
terms, yeah.
let me say this real quick about Wikipedia. What was the reference of that?
You know what? I'll read it out. Let me just read it out. Let me just read it out.
Now I know you can read it out. I'm familiar with Wikipedia. Can you give me the reference?
The references are at the bottom.
'Cause- yeah, the reference is at the bottom. Yeah, exactly.
The references, but I'm just gonna read this out quickly. Yeah, basically it says African American, also known as Afro American or Black Americans, are an ethnic group consisting of Americans with partial or total ancestry from any of the Black racial groups of Africa. African Americans constitute the third largest racial or ethnic group in the U.S. after White Americans and Hispanics and Latino Americans. The term African American generally denotes descendants of African enslaved people. And let me just go through this quickly. The majority of Black Americans are of West and Central African ancestry, with some significant Western European and small native ancestry.
Right.
But I would class Black Americans as an ethnic group, to be honest, because they are.
Yeah, and then ethnicity doesn't really have it's you know it has it's more so about cultural and not really like genetics and stuff like that. Like when I look at Somalis, they're an ethnicity to me, but genetically they're they're mixed with the Tufians, they're mixed with Cushitic people and Nilotic people and stuff. So, but they're their own ethnicity,
But in the
Right.
UK, like I live in the UK, for example, most Africans will go by either by their tribe or nationality. Like my people go by their ethnicity. Like
You don't go by Black Brit. You don't call yourself a Black Brit.
no, because I was born and bred in the UK. I see myself as a British-born Somali. Like black brick, it makes no sense to me. Like you know what I'm saying?
But do you consider yourself Black or Somali?
Black is a skin color. It's not an ethnicity. It's not a culture. If you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I completely understand. But when you racially, do you see yourself as having a racial group?
Well, we have to get to the bottom of this. You got like ethnicity and race. Like,
Right.
this is from what I read, right? Yeah, from the racial classifications.
No, I'm asking about you yourself. Like, what do you identify as racially?
Racially, I really don't care about the racial terms and that these terms created by Europeans. I identify by my ethnicity and where I come from in Africa, nothing else.
But if somebody was to call you Black, what would your response to that be?
I ain't Black, I'm Somali.
No, I'm just that they could what's it called? Call me whatever they want. Yeah, I'm gonna identify who I am because if you allow outsiders or whoever they are to give you.
No, okay. So, but your skin. If somebody was to look at your skin, do you have skin that is brown or more like a tan? Like where are you at skin color wise?
Me, I'd say like what? Light skin. I'm not dark. I'm
Right.
average. Let's put it that way.
Average. Okay. So, do people confuse you as a white person?
Nope. Every person I've come across in my life would ask me, "Are you from this particular part of Africa?" I've come across many different ethnic groups in my 32 years.
Yeah, and piggyback to what he was gonna say. I was gonna ask him like if he decided.
Yeah, where
to
did he
come
go
back.
anyway? I was gonna.
Yeah,
ask him.
I was gonna ask him that
He's still here.
I was gonna ask him like who comes up with this term like brown, black. Did African people call themselves black,
No,
brown?
no.
Did they denote themselves with skin complexion and color? So those are European terms, and that's what I want people in my country to stop identifying themselves as more identifying themselves with their tribal origin in Africa. I think it's more important that we know our origin in Africa than to focus more on skin complexion and race because we didn't create the stuff. Those are stuff that was brought to us by European, and then in
And
our ignorant state of mind, we still
and
accept it.
look at what the Europeans have done to Rwanda. Look what the Europeans have done to the Caribbean with their ideology.
Yeah, yeah.
Like in Africa, did a sense of race even exist in Africa? I know like tribalism and shit existed, but the sense of race, that shit comes from the outside.
It doesn't exist. It's a
I don't
human
know. I don't know
social
why
construction.
I don't know why Chukwu, right? Yeah, I know he's half Nigerian, half Black American. I don't know why he was asking me that stupid question with light skin and all of this because things like race and skin tone or whatever you call it, these are new world terms.
Exactly,
They tried
brother.
to impose onto me. I told them, listen, I could go to 100 and something countries in this bloody world, and if people ask me where I'm from, I'm gonna say I'm from UK, born and raised, but I'm gonna tell them my ethnicity, where I come from originally.
That's right. And your ethnicity will be Somali because
I could
Somali is
live in
not only
Panama.
a
Let me say
nationality,
something. I could even.
it's a tribe, and then you can identify with your clan on top of that. So
I
yeah,
can't.
so basically that's your ethnicity and your race at the same time.
But I can't
But
say
yeah,
that.
go ahead.
But I can't say the same about other Africans who would rather like go with like these fake terms created by Europeans.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what I'm trying to stop, man. Because like you got this gentleman like this lighter skin complexion brother, and he was saying he's of Yoruba descent. I'm not gonna tell him, hey man, you too light skinned to be Yoruba. But if his origin is of Yoruba descent, who the hell am I to tell the guy he's not Yoruba? That's what he's saying. If his family lineage, if his family lineage tracing back to the Yoruba people, that's what he is, no matter his skin complexion.
All right.
That
So
that
what
that
if his
yeah.
his maternal lineage traced back to Yoruba, but his paternal doesn't? It traced back to a white man. What would you say? Would you still consider him Yoruba or African?
Let me explain this to you. That's a very good question, John. What I would say is, if I know he's not gonna like his paternal side, but if you want to know about the Yoruba culture, then I would suggest that you go with the mother side and practice the Yoruba culture. If you want to identify with the European, then it's up to you. But if you like Africa, like and one of your lineage goes to Africa to a tribe, then go to that to whatever that lineage tells you that your tribal origin or originated from. Yeah, that's
Is it
what I
okay
would
if I
say.
say something real quick? Is it okay
Yeah,
if I
go
say
ahead.
something?
Of
Go
course.
ahead,
God,
man.
do you think?
Because I know one of the more ignorant things we do is we run to skin complexion. Especially, when we look at Africa, you see many shades of brown. You see brown, dark, uh, um, dark. That's the beauty of our people. We come in many different shades, right? But we look at one of the oldest tribes and one of the oldest lineages on the continent itself, which is
The
the
Khoisan.
Khoisan people, and they're all light skinned. But yet we try to get on here and have conversations with, or try to have an educated conversation, and we make these ignorant statements. This is what makes the people laugh at us as a people. See, they've been able to come into this continent separated, call people sub-Saharan African, Central African, call certain parts of Africa North Africa, which makes absolutely no sense, especially when the Sahara wasn't even this big 6,000 years ago. They've been able to come in there and cut it all up and separate us, right? Africa had no borders. Now to sit up there and make a statement such as skin complexion, go look at the Yoruba people that were born there. They're light skinned, brown skinned, um, dark skinned. That's just something special and unique about our people that we come in many different shades. Here, I'll give you a better example. I have a twin sister, right? My twin sister is dark. She's darker complexion, right? She had twins, right? Now, here's the unique thing about it. She had two girls, Nyla and Nevaeh. Love them dearly. Those are my nieces. Her husband is dark skinned. You would think both of them would come out dark skinned, right? Wrong. They came out light skinned and they both look like me. So that's just the uniqueness of our people versus the European who doesn't have any skin tones. They don't. So when we sit
Bro,
back and
you're right.
argue with
Like
one another about,
that comes from the white man's genes, not from the Africans.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say.
excuse me,
Those are white
excuse me.
European DNA manifesting themselves. That's nothing to do with African people. African people is dark.
Hold on. Can you explain it to me scientifically? Can you break that down to me scientifically?
Get him, Kaizo.
100%, right? During slavery, the white man came, he busted his nuts inside your ancestors, right? And then that left his DNA inside your grandma, great grandma, and great granddad. So his white ass DNA is still in you. That's why you light
It
skin.
passes
Okay,
down. Sometimes
but wait a minute. So are you saying that the white man? Hold on. Are you saying that the white man did that with the Khoisan people?
Yes, if you look at the DNA of the Khoisan, they should have been like darker than. Yo, what's good, James?
That was good, man. Oh wait, was that a video?
Yeah, this is video. But go ahead.
Damn,
Go.
man, I thought Chris had was on. Yeah. All right. So here's my thing about that, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
So here's my thing about this. So like Chris has a lot of these light skinned people. I don't understand like how they don't think. See, just because they look at other colors on Africa, they think that's them. Because I'm gonna tell you something. Because I'll be watching them on all these other platforms. These niggas think they all of Africa. They don't make this. They don't understand. They'll say out their mouths that like Africa is the most diverse uh, uh,
Continent, right?
place on continent, but they don't know what that means. When it says diverse, that means a Yoruba and a Mandinka are genetically more distant from each other than actually no, let me not use them too. Yoruba and a Somali is more genetically distant from each other than an Italian and a Swedish person, or Italian and a
Yep.
Norwegian. So,
Mhm.
and they don't understand that, but they think that they're all one, like, or,
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
they think that
Like,
they all like that we all this kind of homogenous like people, and that's the craziest that we're not homogenous like that, and we never were. We are mainly West and Central Africa. Them people that came off the boat were dark skinned, brown skinned people. The reason why we are light skinned, even the reason why you even see light skinned people in West Africa, is because you got Portuguese and Dutch running around there having children with these African women. Same thing happening over here. Like Chris Harris with his European name, I've seen got some white granddaddy somewhere down the line. This is why he
mhm.
looks the way he does. But they think that that's natural because they think light skin and black people over here just pop out the blue. No, you got white people in your DNA.
Right,
Find me the light skinned black person in America that has no European DNA, then you be right.
right. No, I agree with you, right? Like when I hear the Igbo argument, I'm thinking these guys are literally from near the coast. That's where the
Hmm.
Portuguese set shop, right? They're very close
Hmm.
to that area. Same thing with Kikuyus in Kenya, right? These guys are mixed with the Portuguese as well. So their genes is there. You can even see components of their DNA. So I think
No, no,
I,
no, 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 no.
oh,
Let's
Joe's gonna
not
come
become.
first. Go ahead, Joe.
Let's listen. It's Africa is a very diverse place, and let's just be frank. All right, there are different types of tribes. There are tribes we have that, for example, the Ashantis and the Fon people of Benin are known to be short. Okay, in Kenya we have the Maasais, we have the South Sudanese who are known to be thin and tall. Okay, some tribes have dark people like the Wolof of Senegal and also the Senegalese, very dark. And some tribes just have light skinned people like the Igbos of Nigeria. Now, the Igbos of Nigeria, they're light skinned. I don't think it's because of the mixing of the Portuguese. The Kikuyus of Kenya are light skinned because of the weather. They come from the central part of Kenya, which is the highlands, and that weather is mostly always cool and cold. So I understand it can be a product of mixing with the Portuguese or the colonialists or the Arabs. Like in Kenya, also in the coast, you find most of those Arabs in the coast are, how do you call them, Arabs and mixed with blacks? Is it mulatto also? Whatever it is, they are also like mixed mulatto, like because of the interaction with the Arabs. But I think it also has to do with features. Like the tribes in Africa, they all have different kinds of features. Now the Black Americans, they took all those features and they mixed with it. And I understand with that video I watched from Kaizo, in English we call it throwback. That's one reason why I'm so scared of marrying a black American. I don't want to marry a black lady and my kid just comes out white. Throwback. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
Okay.
All right, so
Yeah.
when I said this stuff, right? So obviously, like I don't believe that the Khoisan are light skinned because of the Englishman or the Dutchman, right? I think there is a natural, light pigment because you have like I see that you have like what do you call it? Naturally light what do you call it? Like North Africans and stuff like that, right? So my whole thing is that the Africans that we descend from don't really have those features until they started mix until our woman was getting by the white man, by the Portuguese man, by the English man, by the Irish, all that stuff. That's when that stuff started to happen.
But many of those Khoisans actually, many of them actually mixed with the Dutch people that raped them.
They
That's
did,
something great. Yeah.
and but that's a whole different group though. They ain't like the Khoisan, but you do have Khoisans that are naturally lighter before they even mix. But you
Hmm.
do have what do you call them? I forget the technical name for them, but they are a mixture of the Khoisan and the Dutch. That does happen, but Yeah,
What you
that's
mean the colors?
these things are like, yeah. No, they're not the Cape Colors, because the Cape Colors are more than just, they're also Bantu. They also this and that.
Yeah.
They also Malaysian too. They got a
Yeah,
lot of things.
the Cape Coloreds were slaves that were brought from Malaysia and Madagascar.
Hmm. So there's a lot of them.
In-
But yeah,
Interesting. Okay.
but, uh,
So, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. That's my whole thing, because like my thing is like I look like my ancestor off the slave ship, and I'm 4% white, but I look like my ancestor off the slave ship. I look, and you said like the Ashanti and all that. My real name is an Akan name, right? And like, I mean, I don't look like Walter Maya, but I'm probably his height, or I might be a little bit taller than him. But yeah, like
Oh, wait,
I
you're
definitely got that stockier body. Huh?
You're 5'2". You're 5'2".
No, I ain't that. I'm like 5'5". This is so short, but that's or
Oh,
five
okay.
six. I'm either one of those. Yeah, I'm so short, but like, but like I do got that stockier body. So and I see a lot of them niggas over there in Ghana looking like that. So I guess the majority of my DNA from Ghana, because Ghana and Ivory Coast. So that's them niggas over there.
Straight up, man. Yo, can I ask you a personal question? I think your name is
Yeah,
James.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So I'm also in some channels of the Afro Caribbean, the French people. From Martinique. I don't know if you know those islands: Martinique, Guadeloupe,
Right,
French
right,
Guyana. Yeah.
right,
And there's a time, like there's so many mixing there because they mixed with all these French people during the colonial time and the slave time. And they
right.
said, like what I was talking about throwback, I think it's like that guy who was talking about his twin sister.
Hmm.
When he said the twin sisters kids were light skinned, I don't know. Black Americans, what you guys call light skinned, we in Africa we usually see it as mixed race. You see, like
Right.
I'm surprised that Black Americans like call even Kamala Harris light skinned. For us in Africa, she's
All
gonna
right.
stand out. She's gonna stand out, man.
Right.
She's mixed race. So I want to say, is
So
it
me.
common for you guys, like the French? I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Like the Caribbean French people, the Afro Caribbeans, they say it's so normal for them if a black marry a black, the kid comes out mixed race because of like the throwback, because of their ancestors, their great grandparents were mixed race. Is it normal for Black Americans?
Okay, so I'm answering this. So my family particularly comes from the Caribbean, right? Not the French
Mm-hmm.
one. It's Anglo, but it used to be Spanish colony. So
Trinidad
this
and
is
Tobago.
Trinidad. Yup.
Mm-hmm.
So in my family, and even my mom told me this because I got mixed kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one is really like the other one are like medium brown or whatever, right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but they don't have colored eyes. They all got brown eyes.
Mm-hmm.
But my dad married a woman who had colored eyes. She's what you would call a light skinned person. To me, she looked mixed.
Mm-hmm.
His last kid came out with like green eyes. Now,
Mm-hmm.
my granddad, his father, is lighter skin, right? I would say he looks kind of mixed, but my grandma is like real dark. Like she looked like she come from the continent, real dark. And out of the 13 kids that they had together, only what was it? It was three of them came out my granddad's complexion. The rest of them came out dark. So that does happen. So we do have so you and my mom even told me like even in her family, it's like don't be shocked if like if one of your kids come out with like colored eyes or something like that just because it's in us. It's just in us. But I got away with only having 4% European DNA. But with the rest of the shit, like my mom got a higher percentage. I don't know what my dad percentage is, but this is how it goes. Now, when it comes to people like Kamala Harris and stuff like that, like I tell people, like I got Indian friends, I tell them straight up. Actually, they tell me straight up, it's like, oh, she's mixed. I say like, but she has a full Indian mother, so she's not Indian. They tell me again, like she's mixed. With us, we say that she's black. I don't say that she's black. I don't think that you can. I think her father's a mulatto, and you can't be 1/4 black and be a black person. To me, she
Mm-hmm.
a full. She an Indian. To me, she an Indian because she got a full Indian mother. But ain't nobody want to hear that. Everybody be like, "Well, we got the first You got the first black female lady that don't do shit. You got the first
Mm.
this. You got the first that. Like that because we settle for scraps. We settle for scraps. That's why they look it on the Meghan Markle. I thought Meghan Markle was a white Italian woman.
Oh yeah, I see it. But you
I
know
thought
what?
she
Let
was
me
a
just read what.
that she was a white Dago.
But no, the
Yeah,
funny thing is, Kamala Harris she's never called herself a black woman or an African
Never.
American. She calls herself a woman of color. She
oh
never
no.
says black.
Yeah, someone says Kamala
Yeah.
Harris
I hate that term
is
though.
Indian and black from the Caribbean. Okay.
No,
Yeah, Jay.
and she married to a Mzungu, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I think
it can be.
all these politicians do that. Even Candace Owens and stuff. Most
Ah.
of them, even the Somali ones, they all marry white men. I think because
Mhm.
white men are the top of the food chain. Yes, this is a replay. One man is not live.
It's not a replay.
Nope.
Yo, James, let me ask you, how is the relationship now between the Indians and the blacks in Trinidad? I know it's also hot in Guyana, man. Like,
Yeah, it's always because the Indians think that they better than black people. Yo, my
yeah,
mom told me when she was growing up, the parents won't let them play with the black kids, and they thought and they'd be the same skin color as us. My mom said they would be the same skin color as the black people, even darker. And they said that they were better than us because they had straight hair.
who is the president now?
Crazy
Is it
shit, bro.
black?
What
Is
you
the
say?
president black? Is the president black or Indian?
They Indians. They're like from East
No,
India.
no, the
What?
president. The president of. Did you guys have president or prime minister? I don't know.
Oh,
Who
I
is
don't.
it?
Oh, it's a president because of the republic. Yeah, I don't know. It was the Indian a couple days, but I think he's black now.
Ah, that's
I think it's a
good.
black one that's the incumbent. But yeah, but I'm not sure. I gotta look that up. But yeah, man, like
You know,
them Indians, yeah, they disrespect.
Man.
guys,
Yeah,
running
man.
up, you're often reading the chats. I asked you if you're replay, then you say yes to someone else and not to me. Well, both were true. Both were true. I didn't lie to anyone. It isn't a replay and it is a replay. But we got a new panelist. We got Kidola. Kidola, what do you think of the conversation so far? I mean, do you think that first of all, are Black Americans even black? Because when they have kids, man, those kids are usually more white than black. To be honest, and they're barely black.
Kazo, you know how to set up a whole fight. Everybody be fighting, man. See, I have to be a little bit sensitive now for some certain things, but let's go down on it. Yesterday, see, you went to bed, man. The truth of the matter is, due to the environment and the geographical location where you are, you can be maybe black, maybe some of these Africans that took to
Exactly.
those territories, they can be missed, you know, due to some of these things. Not even not white or maybe the native Indians there, you know. For about 500 years they've been there. Oh, it's bound to happen. You start having multiple ones. Only few of them that kind of like, only some of them that kind of like stick to themselves. That's why the gentleman said is 94% African. Why is it 94% African? I think because his people, possibility, maybe his father might have some kind of miss on him because his mother is kind of like somebody from the continent. So the mother's people kind of like stick to themselves. You understand me? So maybe the father people have some Europeans in them, but they start already coming towards the African zone slowly after the first contact with the Europeans possibility at that early stage of that 16 or something something. So that's why it's 94% African, which is pure African anyway. You know, that's African you can be. He's a real black man, you know. So I think there's some black Americans you have to be a little bit you have to be if you get contact with them, these are people like the Beyonce mother, people from the Sahara belt, you know, where the French colonized, that differentiate themselves as mulattoes and everything. And yeah, you will see the ones you think, yeah, this one, if I've kids with this one, my child can have this, I have that. You can see the one, okay, if I kiss with this one, maybe, yeah, it will be like me. It really depends. You can see this mystery of a thing now is slowly spreading to Africa also because of this faster way of traveling. There's a white man who said, "Why should I have why should I have these ones? Why can't I go to the continent and get the real ones?" Some white people are very, no, yeah, white people know how to eat the best of the best. They're one kind of people, eh? They'll just say something like that. You think they're joking? Say, man, I got the real shit, man. I'm going down to the factory of it. You understand me? So because the white man is already scared, these black Americans can be also be missed. But he's really looking for the real one. Yeah, picture for the real ones. It would just okay. Depend where, if it's Europe 6.5 hours, if it's America, it might be 11 hours. Depends, delay 16 hours. Where is it stopping from? So mixture will always be there. I think a lot of black America like exotic looking ones. A lot of black America like light skinned girls, once you're heavily light, oh, whoa, that's why they like Dominicans. And they like the South African girl called Tala. They oh, you're beautiful. That's what their eyes are prone to those things because colorism was also in their midst also. They will be dead with also because there's a heavy light one who see them as niggers, but these heavy light ones are the one problem now in the internet. Like the lady you just mentioned, called Mega Marco, whatever is her name, that YouTuber that told nonsense out of her mouth. That gets, if you look at that girl, really, really, even some black Americans even start attacking her like,
Is it Yvette something? That YouTuber talks nonsense.
Yvette and Megamod.
She's a lesbian.
There's one called Megamod. Now she changed her name to Mega something, Mega Meg, whatever. She's a black American girl who just, even some black Americans that attack her, you are white, stop, blah, 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 blah. That's just the way it goes. The most last-key black Americans who want to claim, I call them multiracial ones, they are far more vicious because when they see these darker ones are leaning towards the Africans because they look like the Africans, they actually don't have nowhere to fit into. So what they have to do, they have to go towards the bullet techniques, go after their papa and hard and knock them out, and let their papa hit them back. So the black Americans will start hating them. The black Americans and the dark Africans, the black dark Americans with the real dark Africans will start fighting themselves. In my country, where I'm coming from, yes, what color you actually don't really matter. Is where your father is from. If your father is from so tribe, you are from that tribe. That's why even an Igbo man have a child with a white woman and it's from Oweri, that child is automatically an Oweri child. The blood and the spirit belong to that side. So that's why we don't really play this colorism heavily in place like, don't know your light skin, don't know your miss, but it's never really be played as, oh, you're not really this, no. Because it's a tribal society, and that's how it's going to be for a very, very long time.
In fact, I just want to add what you said. Right now, the mulattoes are coming out in the US, even the Creole people. And I'm subscribed to like 2 channels where these mixed race people are saying, we're tired. We're not black people. We're a unique race and we're biracial. And they're now coming out, speaking out about it. Like they're now separating themselves. They're like, stop this one drop blood, whatever. We're not black. The fact is we're mixed. Even the Creoles in Louisiana, they're coming out saying, we're not black, man. Stop identifying us as blacks.
Yeah, see, that can be if the mulatto started leaving, the biracial one started leaving the community of the black Americans, the black American population will fall to almost about 15 million. You understand me? There will be minorities, a really deep minority. So is this group of people that made they have such a high population in the United States? If this Miss one started become like South African, I bet you the black American population will go down to 10 million. As black, without what called black, without what called black America or African American. When this mulatto started saying, nah, I'm Miss, nah, I'm this, nah, I'm this, nah, I'm this, you start seeing the population of the real African American that still have the at least 90% African in them would reduce down to about 10 to 15 million, even more self. Because you have to say most of them are heavily missed already inside the United States. The Caribbean is a total different zone because one, they were like really big fighters. They were fighting a lot. So they didn't really have that time to say, I love you, love me. You understand the black Americans were they didn't really fight too much. They were just kind of like be controlled, heavily. But the other Caribbeans, they like hot headed. They were real, they brought us to work to death. So those ones were really fighting the white man. So they didn't really have that time to say, oh, you're looking beautiful today. No, the white man is like they have devil in their eyes, when they say they want to fight. So that's why you see the difference between the both side and up to today, they, they're not really agreeing. That's why the Africans are a little bit closer to the Caribbeans because the Caribbeans here have the some of the languages in terms of their nuances and some of their spiritual beliefs and some of the name of their foods. You understand me? So they still pronounce some of their foods in some African languages. Depends where they're coming from and what dominate what tribe dominate those society where they place them. So that's why the Caribbeans are far more African looking, far more not just the looking, also the food, also the spiritual belief and other things of their characteristics of their lifestyle.
Hmm. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, it's pretty much obvious. What you're saying is very true. I've always seen like this close connection. Like Caribbeans have this closer connection to Africa than Black Americans. You're right because the Caribbeans they've really kept most Caribbean countries. I mean, blacks are the majority, and they've really kept the tradition. But with Black Americans they have this. I have a problem pronouncing this Gulaguchi, the Gula people. They also slightly maintained the African culture, and they also have their own sort of Creole and stuff. So yeah, but the rest of Black America is very European like. No offense.
Oh yeah, if you the difference is if you be with a Jamaican person, a guy or a woman as your partner, you just notice this man is an African. You understand me? That's just the truth. You just see it in your eyes. This person is just an African. There's no two ways about it. If they are your friends, even they easily adapt into your lifestyle. They can adapt into Africans very quick within seconds. Just introduce them
Hmm.
to the food. They taste different. It tastes the same like what they're eating. Understand? Anything they eat yam and vegetables. They eat a lot of things that we Africans are eating. So you will just see the adaptation to the motherland where they're coming from is very fast. They don't even ask questions too much because of what they kept during their time of being there. You understand me? And up to today actually never really changed. You understand me? But if you have to go to the other side, they have to kind of like adapt a culture that will be introduced to them because they were like under the belly of the beast. So it was like a little bit different, heavily different. That's why you can easily differentiate, apart from some names that some Caribbean bear with them, but really, in some other ways, it's far more different. But yeah, but we all want people.
Yeah, I want to read this comment. Yeah, that's true. Dominicans and Puerto Ricans are totally different. Well, yeah, those two countries, I think I've never been there, but I think majority are mixed, and that's why, yeah, they just classify themselves as different, not black. But I have a question with James. Kaizo, can I change subjects? All right. So, James, are you still there?
Yeah, you can change.
Kazo, don't play that game, eh? You see that our beautiful sister, she didn't like what happened yesterday. She was emotional.
Oh,
You didn't see it.
yeah,
You didn't-
yeah.
I don't think
Actually,
so. Yeah.
Actually, I want to go back because I've been so busy. I've been so busy lately. I've just been hearing. I've not been coming online. I've just been listening to Kaizo's live chat. James, are you there?
Joe, where you from?
Me, I'm half Kenyan, half Ivorian.
Okay, wow.
Yeah,
It's
I
beautiful,
know.
man. So you told the beautiful both world there.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
That's good, bro. Enjoy yourself with it. You're lucky.
Thanks, man. But unfortunately, we have leaders. Ah, okay, let me not get into the politics. Anyways, James, are you there? Because I have a question for
Yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah, yeah. What is it?
Yeah. So there are no Black Americans here, but unfortunately, to my Niger bro, I can't see the name. I don't know what's wrong with this screen. I'm bringing back the topic to yesterday. I'm sorry. So I want to talk about this reparation thing. The Black Americans. It's not focused to Caribbeans, but I would just say Black Americans because you're the only one who is closer to them here. It seems
Yeah, I
like
was
for
born here, so naturally, I was
yeah.
born here, so naturally, according to the U.S. government, I don't care what any African American says. I can vote. I can do everything African Americans can do.
All right, that's great. That's great. So it seems like now reparations from white people hasn't worked out. So now they're shifting the gears now to Africans to pay them reparations. No, no, I have to. This person in the chat, we have to talk this, man. We have to talk this. This is serious. So what do you think about that?
I don't know where reparations for slavery. One, these African kingdoms don't exist anymore. So where you getting them from? You could say that the families, but also we descendant of the same families too. It's very messy, very complicated. Some groups have beefs with each other. Is see that's the thing. We don't understand the history of the slave trade because like it's a lot of infighting. It's a lot of like other groups because
Yeah.
we tend to view Africans the same way as the white man did. We group them all together when they all got different languages, they all had different ways and stuff like that. The problem with Africa, especially West Africa, is this diversity. It's just too many different motherfuckers speaking different languages. That's the problem. So no one viewed each other the same way. Nobody, and also it's not even just like even with like people who would be different tribes. It was even clans. So different family groups were having fights with each other. That technically would have been the same people, but they would have been from a different family or for a different clan or from a different village. It was just a very messy situation back then. And the people that would have sold you either are gone. Some of the families are gone. Some of the or even been wiped out. The kingdoms are definitely gone. I don't know any kingdom in West Africa that exists till today. Maybe an emirate, but nothing else beyond that. So there's no country, there's no kingdom, there's no polity that can actually give us reparations. It's the same thing like when it comes to slavery. Like that's a very messy thing, and so many people are entwined, and especially white people. So there's a lot of white people that would be getting reparations for slavery as well because they got a black ancestor. The thing that I believe in reparations, and I believe reparations should be given to people during Jim Crow. Jim Crow, we were given the promise of being American citizens, and that wasn't kept up. So when they talk about the Japanese getting reparations and all these other people, is because they were American citizens and they were not treated as American citizens. So Jim Crow should be what African Americans fight for reparations because that is something that can be attainable. That is something that is documented. That is something that they can actually attain for. So Jim Crow and the things that happened during Jim Crow is definitely reparations is definitely needed. But for
E-
slavery, that's more of a tricky thing.
Excellent, excellent. And I just want to add one point about slavery that you didn't mention. You see, slavery, those who I think it's my Niger boy here who mentioned, I watched the video, I think you're going to mention it. And I told this to Nakmizi some time ago during last year. Slavery, most of those that were captured were prisoners of war. So, for example, I'll give an example. The Ashanti people were fighting with the Fanti people in Ghana. So, when the Ashanti people were attacking the Fantis captured some of those soldiers and gave them to the British to be sold. When the Fantis were fighting the Ashantis captured some of the Fanti soldiers and gave them to the Dutch people to be sold. So, in conclusion, no offense to you, my brother from America. No offense to you. In conclusion, me and probably even you, as a descendant of African slaves, have ancestors who sold slaves. There are Black Americans today who also have ancestors who sold slaves because their ancestors attacked another people, gave them to the white man, and they were also unfortunately captured later on. So the idea, if Africans have to pay, I don't know if you get my point. If Africans have to pay Black Americans reparations, the Black Americans also have to pay Black Americans also reparations.
Yep. Yeah, because we descended from both people. Because here's the
Yeah,
funny thing, because like when you look at the history of like the Yoruba people and like the Fon people, at one point the Yoruba was selling the Fon or the Dahomey people into slavery. And it ended
hmm,
up in all these different places in the Caribbean and in the southern United States and Brazil. And then at one point, when they started getting more power and they were being backed up by the Portuguese, they started going into Oyo with the Yoruba and enslaving
exactly.
them. So
Yeah,
like this, so we descended, and some of them and the people who used to enslave the Dahomey end up enslaving the people that used to enslave them. So like this is like I said, it's messy. The whole slave trade is messy. It's messy as hell. Like you need to focus on when America, because one, you talking about reparations for slavery, you ain't getting it for. If you're getting it from America, you only getting it for 88 years because there was no United States in 1619. There was
yeah.
no like any of this other stuff. The United States ended slavery 88 years into it. So from
Mm,
1776, if you want to do that technically, and if you want to go to 1865, that's 88 years. So yeah, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you prove this because enslaved people at one point weren't even on any census records. So you can't even trace where your ancestors are coming from on some real stuff. So like it's messy, it's tricky. We know people were here during Jim Crow. We know what happened during Jim Crow. Jim Crow is where to get the money from.
hmm. Good. That's
If they
good.
want money.
we,
Or we could just go and colonize Africa
we,
and
we
get the
have
money that way.
to ask, we can have to ask questions as well, whether or
You're
not
breaking up. You're breaking up, man. You're breaking up.
He's using that
yeah,
slavery internet.
we can have to ask the question if
Aye.
reparation is actually a reality because
Hey, you're breaking up,
if
man. We can't hear you. You're breaking up.
you can't hear me,
Well, let me see if I
what's
can
wrong
fix
with
his
my
mic. 1 second. Is
question?
keep talking, keep talking. I'm gonna use my big IQ
Okay,
to fix your bad internet. Okay,
I
you
might, I
see,
might, I,
genius.
I might have to log in and out.
And we can hear
I
you
fixed
now.
it. I
Oh,
fixed it.
all right. No, yeah, no worries. Thank you. So what I was saying is, when the Europeans uh like committed the whole slavery trade and uh participated in it, they never had an ongoing plan, and they were going uh like a freestyle in it. But eventually they developed plans by watching other Europeans, let's say by watching what the British did in Australia, by wiping out the whole Aborigine race through mixing. Argentina incorporated that. Uh, so did Brazil, and America is also trying to incorporate that, as as is Britain. So slavery still hasn't finished. People think it's finished, but I believe it's in its last phase in America, which is uh, the blending in of the population, the black population, because they're not letting in Africans, they're letting in uh, 20 million to 5 million Europeans in and out of the country. Uh, they're having children with other Europeans. So that population growth is keeps on growing, way more than the black population, and we can clearly see there's an agenda on, in the media to push people into interracial coupling, etc. So the last phase of slavery, uh, which happened to the American Indians, they they are nearly all white or Caucasian, sorry. So the last phase of slavery uh, hasn't happened hasn't happened yet, which is the the
disappearance of the so-called Aboriginal people that they slaved, or the indentured slaves that they've enslaved and brought into the country. So it hasn't ended yet. People believe it's ended, but from what we can tell, they are not planning to uh, give black people any kind of emancipation, whether it's in a form of intellectual property, as in giving them back their history in schools, or in form of economy. They don't have a plan for neither, because that's not the plan. The plan is to eventually uh, change the whole race by 2030, 2060. They're thinking long-term plans. People are thinking today, reparation. You ain't gonna get that reparation. Maybe uh, the lighter skins folks in 30, 30 or something like that, the lighter skinned black folks in America, maybe they can ask for reparation and get it when the dark skinned population decreases, because that's eventually going to happen.
Um, all right. Yeah, you have a point on that. But I want to say, like right now, with the statistic census I've seen lately in America, I'm not gonna say, I don't know if it's how do you say, credible, but I see it everywhere. The white population is actually reducing, and the next ethnicity that is actually really rising now in the U.S. are Latinos, and they're actually like one of the biggest immigrants in the U.S. right now. So I think Latinos are the ones who are going to take over in the US. And just James, like I find back to this reparation, I find it so hypocritical. You know, Black Americans have been shouting in the internet for the past like 5 years. No, it was mostly 3 years. We're FBAs, we're Native Indians. Slavery never happened. It's a lie and everything. But once they need money, now they're coming up saying, hey, you owe us, you sold us, you sold us. Like, which is which? Just pick one. Were you descendants of slaves, or are you native Indians, blacks? I don't know what you are. Just pick one. Like it's just annoying, man.
So
It's very annoying, but we got a culture of what do you call it? We kind of got a culture of like begging. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say it's a culture of begging. We do deserve things that we were promised that we didn't get, but you know well, that's the thing. We want to be everything. We want to be everything and nothing at the same time. We want to have everything but not be responsible for certain shit at the same time. So like if I'm an American, I pay taxes, bro. Like certain atrocities that America does overseas, we responsible for that because we pay taxes. They gave money to go do these horrible things overseas, but we don't want to be part of that conversation. But we would be part of the conversation when we're oppressed or something like that, and then we always want some reparations. And then we go around talking about I'm an American, I'm American. But but white Americans do the same thing. We're just very hypocritical people, and we can afford to be low IQ because we get a lot of money.
Yeah, man.
But you know what? To be honest, if I'm honest, I prefer white people than Indians, Latinos, and all these other people. I don't know, man. Like, because these are gonna try to usurp authority over blacks. So I don't know. You guys will have to, do something to prevent being
That's
replaced.
what I was gonna say. When you're talking about Latinos, uh, when Latinos are asked to fill in the forms like what race they belong to, uh, majority of them will choose white in America. They get an option to choose white Latino, so they get that category as an option as well. So uh, the the so-called Mexicans that are being brought in as well, they're all just gonna throw them into the hood. They're gonna throw them into the hood. They're gonna throw the Latinos into the hood, and hope to get another Brazil situation where they get loads of mestizos, and that's 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 the direction the USA is going for black people, and I I, I don't think I don't think there, there will be that many black people in the USA in, like, say, 2070, 2080 to be asking for reparation, because the same thing is happening. The same thing is happening to Jamaicans here. The
Yeah.
Jamaicans are about to disappear in the UK.
I was gonna
Blended
talk
in
about
so
that.
much. They've blended in so much that the, their women and men are about to disappear, and the Africans have basically uh, taken over, because the Africans have not been mixing in that much, because first generation came in. Obviously, the second generation has been programmed in it. They've hit that wavelength that tells them uh, to become somebody else. So I don't think they're going to be. There is not going to be any reparation. There's not going to be any reparation. The Europeans know this. They know this. They haven't corrected the fault that they've input uh into into the black race yet. That fault I'm talking about is the inferiority complex, the super inferiority complex. So he hasn't disappeared, and giving them an option to mix with other races, we know what's going to happen, and that's the plan for the future. I hope. Uh, I actually like that the Pretendians are waking up, and I hope they avoid all of that mixing stuff, and they stay alive, because it's gonna be difficult.
Yeah, what you're actually saying. I wanted to ask my friend from Trinidad, and I want to ask you also. I think you live in the UK because I can see you have a British accent. I've actually watched a show on YouTube where people actually complain that every single biracial you meet in the UK are half Caribbeans, and like every single guy, of course not every single, but they're just saying like almost every single black Caribbean male in the UK is married to a white person, and people are actually worried that the Caribbeans will never exist again. When I was watching this World Cup, no,
Joe,
European Cup, I'm sorry.
there's two people in this panel who are married to white people out of six.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
There's two people on this panel who are married to white women. You should ask those people.
Yeah, I'm being honest. I'm being honest. And then this time I watched this European Cup when the UK lost, and then the white British were bullying those black players. One of those players was a Jamaican, and he had another black Jamaican fiance. I was actually shocked. I was so proud and happy, and I was shocked, man.
Yeah, shut up.
So
Just before we answer the question, we got a new panelist. Let me just introduce him. We got Kofi all the way there from the land of the free. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, what's going on? Masaji Noir, aka Kaiserin. How are
What's
you,
good?
brother?
What's good? Yeah, I'm good. Good. Long time,
Hey
man.
man,
Long time.
I have not seen you in years. But I'm just listening to the panel, man. You know, everybody got their different perspectives. I'm not up here to disrespect, but I've heard some of these guys on Mike TV as well. You know, I know Mike.
I see. I see.
You
So
know,
some of these panelists go there too.
yeah, but earlier I think it's Joe, J-O.
yeah, Joe.
Yeah, Joe. Okay, I think you stated something earlier about the Creole folks. I can't even remember. Y'all went into other things before because that's not really what I came up here for. I came up about the what James had to say about the reparations and how niggas are in the United States and how they're lazy, how they're doing this, that, and the other. I don't know what people he's been around, but I didn't come from that. You know, my dad is Nigerian, my mom is Dominican, but I'm just nigga. You know what I'm saying? I don't get all off into the, you know what I'm saying, just straight up, you know. And God bless you if you date a white woman. God bless you if you want to be in white culture. But the problem I have right about now with people, they want to tell other people what not to be, but yet they don't. They are saying, "Oh, I don't identify as black." Okay, but you want to tell trans people what they need to be. You want to tell other black folks about reparations, you know. And the only way they're not going to get them if you find people like you that go and say, "Oh no, don't give those niggas nothing. Let these people do what they need to do to get where they need to be, if they're deserving of it." Now, I don't believe that all black people are lazy, that all black people are uneducated, that all black people are hood. See, those are the things that you probably have saw in American society, but I didn't come from that. So that's what I want to state. But I want to know about the Creole situation that J.O. was speaking on earlier, the light skin thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe my brother wants to respond first, or I can just go ahead.
Okay, fine. That's cool. Whatever.
James, are you going to respond, or I can just go ahead? Okay. So yeah, so there's two channels I'm subscribed to on YouTube. I purposely subscribe because I just want to hear the other side of the story, what they think, what they say, and everything. And there's like this campaign that these biracial people, I forgot the name of the channel. I have to check. It just pops up in my feeds. And
Okay, wait,
basically,
wait, 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 wait. I'm sorry, sorry. So, do you agree with those channels or do you not?
to be honest, I think I can say I agree because hey, charity begins at home, and you should love who you are. Because like I said earlier, Black Americans, what they call light skinned in Africa, we usually view them as mixed race. Because like Kamala Harris, people say Brian Kaiser, you know that Brian. How many times has he said Kamala Harris? She's a black woman, a light skinned woman. In Africa, we view her as she will stand out. We view her as a mixed race. So in these mixed race channels, and these are mixed race channels, these people are living in the US. They're coming up saying, "Hey, screw this one blood drop rule, man. We're not black. We are a unique own race, and we're biracial." And there's one biracial talking, and in fact, the biracials talk with the Creoles because the Creoles said even if our parents, our grandparents, and everything are all biracial, we are also biracial. So yeah,
Okay, because you are a lighter skin. Is that what you're saying?
no, man, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, no,
Hey,
because they
yo,
are a lighter skin.
No, they are coming out saying we're not light skinned. We are a unique race. We are biracial.
Oh yeah, yeah, I get that. But what I'm saying is, do you agree with them because of what they look like, or because of what they're saying?
I
Because
agree with them. I agree with both sides with what they look like and what they sing. That's why I said charity begins at home, and you should
I'm
love
gonna
who
tell
yourself.
you, if
Who is the
if
white man? Who is the white man to come tell you no? You're not biracial. You are black. That's who you are
in,
because you have
in
one
the,
blood
yeah,
drop.
and the same thing with black people who do that to mix people. I get what you're saying, brother. I'm not here to fight you. I get what you're saying. The problem is the world is going to see you as one way, no matter what you believe in your delusional head. I'm like this. Whichever group treats you better, go with. Put it that way, But
all right, so
deep
that's a
down,
that's a misnomer, brother. I'm sorry, that's a misnomer because you go to different countries, they're going to view mixed people as different. Mariah Carey even said when she goes to Brazil, they see her as a white woman. So it's only an American thing. We're projecting that onto all the rest of the world.
no, no, no. I do
That's the
understand that
problem.
part too. Trust me, I understand that too. I've been a lot of places in my life too. I get that, But here in America, and the crazy part is everybody want to be fucking white. That's the problem.
Because
And then
that's the
when they get,
top.
and then when they get rejected by white society or even black society, they don't know how to identify. My thing is not you can't project on all white people. You can't project on all black folks to say, okay, well, they're this way, they're that way. I just say go with whoever is who agrees with you and accepts you for who you are. It's just a color. It's just a skin tone. That's what I look at.
All right. Also, you did say that I wasn't for reparations. I'm 100% for reparations. I just
No,
think
I
that the
heard you on.
slavery one is just like I'm
I heard you on.
100% for reparations.
Okay, I just heard you on Mike TV saying something different. I clipped it. I'm gonna
Oh,
film it.
I never been on. You said Mike TV.
Yeah.
I never been on Mike TV. I don't even know what that is. On some real
Oh,
stuff.
my
I've been
bad,
on
my
some
bad,
meta.
my bad.
I've been on
I
like
asked,
yeah.
see, look, man, you about to get my head chopped off, misogynoir. Because I
Yeah,
asked
I've
you if
never
he
been on Mike TV.
I asked you if he was over on Mike TV before. And you said yes. I said, I'm gonna come up.
Yeah.
Yo,
So I've never been on there. I've been on Garfield's
my
channel.
bad,
I've been
brother.
on yeah. But I'm
My bad. But I
100%
tell you,
for
I've heard the
yeah.
talking points over and over and over and over with people who, like me, I don't even think I should talk much about it. My father's from Nigeria, although he is of the lighter skins. And yes, I do believe what you're saying. My mother's dark. My dad is light. He's a light Nigerian. You get what I'm saying? So to me, that's why I said it's not even about the color. But I do hate when you get people who either have been here a long time and they know better to go into that subject of the reparations. If you don't want them, fine. Let other people get what they need to get. Because usually when that person is so anti this, that, and the other, when it does come, guess where they're gonna be? Right there with their hands out. I
I
need
mean,
mine too.
look. No. Here's the thing. I am for it, but the thing is that I think that the focus. Actually, all right, I'm not going to tell them what the focus should be on, but it's a harder battle for slavery. It's it would be easier and more conceptually sound if it was for Jim Crow, but for slavery, it's just too many hands in the pot, and
Okay,
there's
but
not a
who
lot of
is to decide
documentation.
that? Is this a prediction or
But this is not just. But this is just not America. This involves like literally the whole Western world. This involves the Arabs. This involves a whole lot of different people. That's what I'm saying. Because then you have to go and claim it for everybody, but everybody is connected because it's a triangle trade. You also got to go
okay,
after
but
the
what
people
about people who were
that
only
were
born
in
in
West
America?
Africa, the people in the America. It was people in the Caribbean, people in West Africa, people in the Middle East and North Africa. This thing is a web. It is
I know that. I
so
get that. I
complicated.
get. I get that. It's worldwide,
But
but
what does America have to do with things that are happening in all these other places? Because they can easily say like, well, they did this and that, but this is directly because of this empire, not this empire. Because you can only get America for 1776, or even later after the American Civil War ended in 1783. So
okay, but
like,
can I say something though? Can I say something though? My thing is, just like people in other countries are fighting in their governments, they're fighting for certain things. America should have a right to do the same thing, especially Black Americans. But I would tell you this: uh,
right,
I don't think that
I
they're
agree.
worried about what's going on outside of America because things did not happen to them the same way as African folks. They're not really worried about what went on in America because they see America as the land of milk and honey. You know what I'm saying? I've heard even my own cousin say, "You should be happy to be in America." I'm like, I'm not shitting on my own country, but it's not as easy as what you think it is. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying?
so my point is that there was a Virginia before the United States. There was a South Carolina. There was the Carolinas. There was a Pennsylvania before the United States. You can't
Yes.
go and say like, "Hey, we need reparations for an ancestor that was in the 1600s," even though there's a Pennsylvania. But there was a Pennsylvania that's connected to the British Empire. So we can't even just go off of just what happened in the United States because there's an empire that's involved. There's multiple. There's the Dutch Empire. There's the Dutch there's the Dutch trading companies. There's the Spanish and there's the French because these people in Louisiana and everything, they're descended from people who enslaved them that were like a French and Spanish. So you involve in these empires as well. It's
Okay.
very
So were
complicated.
they
And part of
born in
these like
America?
all the
But were they
bro, is
born in America?
Louisiana part of America? Is
Yeah, they,
Louisiana
they
part of America? Right?
listen, they may not.
Florida's a part of
Yes,
America,
brother.
right?
Yes, brother. Yes. But what I'm saying is they hold on a second.
But not everybody is tied to the Anglo part of America.
Oh,
People are tied to the Spanish part of America. People are tied to the French part of America. See, America is a whole bunch of things, and you have and we mainly focusing on the eastern southern part of the United States for slavery, but that's not where all the black people who are FBA come from. They also come from places in the Caribbean. Yo, there's a Native American group, I forget, up north. Up north, like near like Chicago and Illinois and everything like that. There's some Native Americans walking around here. Yeah. There's a group of Native Americans who have E1B1A because they're descended from a Haitian.
Listen, brother, I understand exactly where you're coming from. I mean, I study up on a lot of these different things. Everybody got their own interpretation of different things. You know, my field is my field is law. You know, so that's what I look at. You know, but I would tell you this: I'm only concerned about people who were born in America. I don't care where you come from. Even though my father's Nigerian, you know, I know other people that their fathers were born different places, but if you were born in America, those are the people that should be compensated. Period.
That's not
No,
that's not what
I know where they come
FBA
from.
say. That's not
Go
what
ahead.
FBA say. That's not what the FBA say.
I'm
They
listening.
only want you to be able to get re- access to reparations if you have great grandparents that extend to a certain generation. So they they say somebody such as yourself would be dismissed from reparation.
Who, me?
So yes,
Oh, my great grandparent. My mother is Dominican American. You know, I know that my father's from Nigeria, but he's been here. He had been here since the '60s. So I mean, and he
yeah,
served in the United.
you
He
would not
served.
count. You would not count. You would not count. From Tariq Nasheed's opinion,
Hmm.
you would not count. You would not count because you don't have both both parents or either one parent that's a direct, let's say, uh lineage to, let's say, from the ships in it.
Well, I'll just
So
let all that decide when it comes. But even if I'm not, guess what? I would like to see people who lived in this country, who's really suffered, who really suffered, get what is owed to them. Period. Point blank. I'm educated, like I said. It doesn't matter who you date. It doesn't matter how many white friends you have. If you can't understand that as a black person, that's an issue. You know, me personally, I like to see everybody win, man, regardless.
I'm for reparations for all black people for anything that happened in this country. I'm
I'm
just
I'm
saying that I believe that is
I'm
more obtainable when it's towards Jim Crow. But that's just my opinion because I don't have all the answers.
so
I don't know all the intricacies, and yes, that got to be doled out. But for
I like
slavery,
that, brother. And guess
it's
what?
very
Me
different.
and you are going to get along because we do agree a little bit.
Right.
can I
You
ask
know,
you a
I like that.
question? Can I ask you a question?
Who Quafi? I'm
What if
Quafi. Yes.
what what if you get reparations and let's say the generation that was born in the 60s or 50s, they're still around, right?
Hmm.
And they get let's say 30% of the reparations, and they decide to give it all that reparation to the church, like to pastors and that. Would you think that's acceptable?
Hold on one second. Let me just say. Let me address. Kaizen, let me address something. There's a gentleman named Tim that's in the chat. I've seen him on other anti-black platforms, and I think he's somewhat, maybe even Dominican uh, or something like that. Some of Asian, not Asian, but Latino descent. Now, I may be wrong, but I think I've seen that name before, and he's telling me that I'm lying about being Dominican. My mother's Dominican. My mom speaks Spanish, and guess what? No, I don't speak it, and I have a Southern accent, although I was originally born in San Francisco. I've been a lot of places in my life, so I mean, he don't know who I am, so I don't really care about what he's thinking. But sorry that I got off course, but I'm just listening to this dude, and I've seen him before other places. If this is the same person, I clipped some of its comments before. He'll be good content. But repeat that last part one more time, brother. I apologize.
So what I was trying to insinuate is that giving reparations to everybody, that means gangbangers, uh, what else? Pimps, uh,
I know what you're saying. I know where you're coming from now. I get it. No, I
pastors.
think that with reparations, reparations should come in many different forms. I don't think giving black people money who are already fuck ups in life, who are not doing anything
Mhm.
with their lives, would be a solution. I think that they should be able to have land and a home that they cannot sell, so that they can do all the corrupt things that they already do on their own land and stop corrupting the cities, states, the towns, people that come and visit, you know, because that's the problem. Even out here in San Francisco, where I live, there's a lot of homelessness. And for San Francisco to be as rich as it is, they can't get these people off the streets, and it's not their
Mhm.
fault. It's not even the taxpayer dollars fault. Um, but I think it's more of a mental health, uh, medical situation. And then again, who's to say that? I'm not a licensed professional to diagnose these people, because you do have people, even Asian folks, that are in tents on the streets, that are living in tents. They live there because that is a choice. It doesn't mean they're destitute. I mean, I met a Asian guy that I'll be interviewing that make over $250,000 a year, and he says he's not giving his money to high rent in San Francisco. His job is there. He works for Google, and he's in the
Mhm.
startup program, and uh, so it's more of an economical thing. And then there is a situation where people are mentally ill, and a drug thing too. Fentanyl is one of the number one things that kill people here. So the
Fentanyl.
reparations, reparations, far as that is concerned, just giving money out to, nah, we need psychological evaluations, to before you give money out like that, because black people will be back in the same situations.
And now also
Why is
looking
this
at it from
anti-black? Why is this anti-black Mexican man
oh, oh,
in
oh,
here on this channel? Why? Why don't y'all snipe him out of here?
as long as he pays, he donates. I don't think Cargo would care if he if he's in the chat or not.
Let me find out that you could be sold for money, misogynoir. This is the
Yeah,
same dude, man. And this is, see, these are the people that can come on these black and African channels and do this stuff with no problem. And like me, I'm not Democrat or Republican, and I don't give a damn about Democrat or Republican, because neither one of them has done anything for me. I've been independent all my life. But when you got this brother, now you even call him a brother. You got Tim Asuna, well, whatever the fuck he is, up here doing all the stuff that he's doing in the chat. That's a problem. That's a problem. We're here trying to get some things resolved and talk. And here you got a man that's from Mexico, maybe even probably Mexican descent, live in America. And these are the ones that are super racist. Now, we don't have it that much up in San Francisco or up in the up northern parts of California, but mainly they come from LA and Texas. Them are your racist motherfuckers that you got to watch out for.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
I think just don't mind him. It's okay.
Doing
The
good.
fact that you're speaking, the fact that you're speaking the truth, it actually pisses him off. And I like it when they express their feelings in the chat, because when they get pissed, it makes me happy, because that just shows that they're getting to know the truth and it's really pinching them. So don't mind him. Anyways, I think reparations should be. I mean, I'm not American myself, but I'm just giving my point of view. I think the major thing is land. Okay, I think Black Americans need. Some people may not agree with me, but they need to grow their own land. I mean, have their own land, grow their own food, just like what was promised by Abraham Lincoln. Uh, I don't know how many acres and a mule. Because right now, if you go to the hood, the amount of fast food bars that are there, it has really messed the people's minds up, man. It's really unhealthy. And I think that's
40,
one way that has caused the kind of behaviors some Black Americans have, especially from the hood. So I think they
oh,
should be given land, yeah, and money, of course.
it's 40 acres and a mule. And that wasn't promised by Lincoln. That was promised by, I think, General Sherman after the siege of Atlanta.
Oh, okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah,
battle over that.
what do you guys think about that?
I'm 100 because land is like the only like sure way that you can like build wealth in this country because you build equity in land. So I think the land thing is like the really the thing that should be used for. But then again, the people should decide on that. Some people are going to go for it. Some people are just going to spend it on whatever. And you know what? It's their money at the end of the day.
You know what? Dennis Sperling was talking about Africa having a lot of resources, so he wanted to sue Africa for reparations to get some of those resources. But a lot of mines in America are actually closed. They actually closed because America has uh, its hands on so much other resources in other countries that they don't actually use or need those mines and and land with gold. So instead of instead of Black Americans asking for money, they could ask for those lands and try and get the resources from those mines.
Yeah, but see,
That could be
here's the thing, bro.
that could be
Here's the thing.
sustainable. One minute, that could be sustainable because they're saying that the one of the biggest excuse is that if Black Americans are given uh, trillions of dollars out of the budget, America might go into unsustainable debt. So that could be one solution. You know. Instead of just land to grow food on or build houses on, you could get land with resources, diamond, gold, steel, platinum, uh, cobalt, whatever.
Well, are you saying that the white folks should give Black people those resources?
Yeah,
You
there's a
know,
lot of
All right, but see, here's the
no,
thing. Let me let
no,
me let me respond. Go ahead.
let's not live in a dreamland, man. We know that's going to be. They're not going to go to that
Well,
extent. Let's just.
let me respond to that because I think that the issue is that most Black Americans are not exposed to those industries. Okay, they're not exposed to gold mining and copper mining and cobalt mining and stuff like that. If they were, they would see more value in the industry. There's a brother on YouTube. I used to watch him years ago. His name was the Iceman, and he met this one black man that was from Texas one time, and he actually went to his office. And when he was in his office, he was on the phone, and he noticed that on his wall there was like a huge map of Texas, and he had all these oil wells and stuff, all over the map. And so when he got off the phone, he's like, "Oh, what was that call about?" And then he said, "Oh, he pointed to the map, and he pointed to like the oil wells, and oh, I buy those." He had a business where he was buying those oil wells, and I guess reselling them or something like that. But he was just one black man that was involved in that type of industry like that. and I thought that was very interesting. Um, but the thing is, what is Black Americans they're not exposed to a lot of industrial stuff like that, and I mean, you got more Black Americans getting into things like farming and stuff. Shout out to the Black farmers. I eventually plan on becoming a farmer. I'm a trucker, but I plan on becoming a farmer myself at some point. But that's just what it is. Like you're sitting here saying that, well, we should just give them a gold mine or a copper mine, and they're supposed to just be going down there pulling gold out. Oh, yeah, it don't work like that, man. They gotta be exposed to that type of industry first, and you got to get people to go into that industry and start making money, and then more people will see that it's viable. But yeah, that's what I gotta say on that.
Hell no, they could just take all the land and uh, give Russia a percentage, and uh, they can get the rest. And
Guys, stop looking at Russia as the savior, man. As in,
All right, but let's explore that. So you're saying Black Americans should just be given land and like they should just have their own country on it, and then they should give Russia a part of like the minerals or something? Is that what you're saying?
hell yeah, why would you want land and still be a part of America? Is that what you were thinking?
It's interesting that he brings that up because pretty much the west coast of America and Alaska used to be a part of Russia at one point. So it's actually interesting that he brings that up. You know? Don't you know Alaska used to be a part of Russia?
yeah, it was, and apparently they're thinking of doing it there, like how they're doing in the neighbors, Ukraine.
No, that would be impossible. That would be impossible. They
I don't
couldn't
think
try
that'd
it.
be a good idea because we got America actually has a lot of military stationed in Alaska. Like Alaska wouldn't necessarily be a easy target. It actually probably be a difficult target.
Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
but I don't
it
know why
wouldn't be good
guys,
for
I
us.
don't know why guys view like Russia as the savior. Like, I mean, it's just crazy, man. For real.
No, they're not saviors. The enemy of my enemy is a friend until uh, he defeats, he helps me defeat my enemy. Then I have to find a way to
Yeah,
stab them in the back as well.
at the end, you see, especially these Africans online, man, those guys piss me off. Who think that just because the West is the enemy, that Russia or China can be their friends. Remember one thing: these Russians and these Chinese, they don't love or care for you Africans. They don't. They're doing it for their own benefits. Trust me, if Africa, there's some Russians who think that Africa is like sub-Sahara, it's just full of desert and there's nothing. Well, first of all, the mere Russians don't give a damn about Africa. If Russia had no natural resources, nothing, just full, I mean, not Russia, Africa, no natural resources, nothing, just full of desert, like how some Russians think. Do you think these guys would have brought their militaries and everything to Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, and do that stuff? And for information, Mali is paying them with gold. Central Africa is also, they're actually stealing even resources from Central Africa. So what's the difference between them and the West? The only one that I wouldn't say I trust 100%, but I actually respect are the Chinese because the Chinese are actually bringing development and they've also canceled so many debts.
Development.
Yeah, they're building
Uh,
highways, flyovers,
well,
and buildings. Yes, they are, and
well,
railway tracks.
whenever they do that, they don't do it for free. They place the
Yeah,
country in debt.
yeah, but at the same time, they cancel debts.
No, they don't cancel debt. They retain their property. They retain their property. It becomes a property, and they place a tax toll on the country to use it. So at the
And let me
end,
tell you one thing:
it's
Russians
going
don't
to
give
be
a
better.
damn about Africa, Africans. They don't. And this is coming to you from someone who has lived in Russia for over 10 years.
Yeah, neither do the Chinese, neither do the Arabs. What I was worrying about is seeing uh, a new world power emerge in the form of Iran. That's very scary. That's very scary. You know, we've got a lot of world powers emerging that are
And you don't think,
African.
I have to watch what I say. You don't think the president of this big bear being a world power it's not scary? Do you know how we're living in this country?
Who's that? Putin.
I gotta watch what I say, man. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh. Okay, you can't say his name, but for the guy you were talking about, uh, at least he can acknowledge Jesus is black, or Jesus could have been black. At least he's got the Hebrew Israelites
Yo,
on his
that
side.
video, that video, there's a lot of discussion because some people think it's fake, it's AI, but the translation is exactly correct. So I stopped watching it now, but I used to investigate that video. I was looking at the lips of the president because I wanted to see, okay, maybe it's a voiceover because the voice sounds just like the president because the translation is correct. So I don't know, and that thing was not in the news, so I'm very confused, man. I don't know if it's AI or if it's real.
I believe
I mean,
it was real
but to get back
because
to the subject, I mean, we get back to the subject, man. It's like when they talk about
okay.
reparations, right, for Black Americans, it just doesn't seem practical because the thing is they've talked about it since 1865, since like the Civil War, and it never really went through. They never worked it out. Um, so at this point, I think Black Americans are just better off just embracing capitalism, starting businesses, and just
Sorry,
utilizing the
let me ask
free.
you. Sorry to cut you short. Where are you from?
I'm from America. I'm from the United States.
Are you like Black American?
Yeah, I mean, you can see me in my picture. I mean, that's me in my avatar. I mean, I got a hat on, but you can still see me though.
All right. So, what do you think about? We discussed this before, but I want to get your point of view. What do you think about now? Now it seems like reparations getting from white people. Maybe it's not working out. So now Black Americans are shifting to Africans to pay them reparations. What do you
Yeah, I
think about
think
that?
that's dumb. I just think that's dumb. Like, no African is gonna pay Black Americans reparations. Like, it's silly. It's dumb. If you want to get money
No,
in
maybe they won't
Africa,
pay, but do you think they deserve to pay?
no, they don't deserve to pay because basically, the reason a lot of African tribes and stuff like the Ibu and stuff like that ended up selling slavery is because basically slavery dominated a large part of the world economy at that time. So they were forced into that industry because it was such a dominant industry. You know what I mean? So um, I don't think that I don't think that they really had much of a choice, to be honest. And to like people still trying to talk about, oh, this tribe, this and that. It's just ridiculous. There's better things you could do than advocate for it and advocate for that. You know, um, you know. But yeah, that's what I think about that.
Do you guys ever think this diasporan war will come to an end?
What's
you
that?
know what? You know what? Uh, I think they should get some kind of reparations from Africa as well. It's normal because
But the
Africans
thing is, it's happening.
participated in the slavery, and uh, it's not going to be any form of economical reparations because Africans can can't give them any of the resources. We don't own any of the mines. We don't own any of the other natural resources. They they have been leased out to American companies, European companies, and these days Asian companies for hundreds and hundreds of years. So
Yo, but listen, let me tell
Africans
you,
don't
it's
have
already
access.
happening. I know, like for Ghana and there's another country, I think it's Sierra Leone, if I'm not mistaken. All you need to do is to show your DNA status, and if majority of your countries are come from Ghana and Sierra Leone, they give them land, free land. So it's kind of still happening. The reparations from Africans.
Wow, that's wonderful.
Yeah, they've been doing that now for like, is it 2 years now or 3 years? I'm not sure.
That's like land.
Is it just my internet or this internet is?
Yeah, he boys are pretty bad.
Yeah,
Maybe like
AI.
land like that or whatever. But
We didn't hear nothing you said, bro. Go say it again. You probably need to stand in one place, or are you out driving?
For those who want to get something out of it, I guess they can, but I don't think you're really gonna go over to get like a lot of land. I don't think they're gonna give you like a 3,000-acre ranch or something like that. But you might get like an acre or something, or half an acre. You could build a house on or something.
It's better than being homeless, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, I think some, like, I think like, my cousins told me, my cousins stay in the States. They told me that this Pan Africanism from Black Americans you only see online. On the reality in the ground is Black Americans also don't give a damn about Africa or moving to Africa. Is that true?
Let me answer that. Let me answer it first. Let me answer it.
Go ahead.
It depends. It depends on if the culture is rooted, deeply rooted, and it starts probably at the HBCU colleges, and where the black people are really doing things and putting their money together. Black organizations. Now, there are some fake organizations that will get money from the government and not distribute it or use do the right things, whether it's for black men, black boys, whether it's for anything that's to help folks. Even like me, my channel is strictly nonprofit, and all the proceeds have come out of my pocket to help people, on the ground and get their stories out. I'm a filmmaker. Uh, Now, if I did get money, I will show upon receipt what it is that I do. But yeah, there are a lot of fake, um, Pan Africanism type things. I'm not Pan African. I'm not. I don't. I'm not saying I'm in a FBA type situation or any of that, but I do agree a little bit with some of the things. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but I feel like, to be honest, like with Black Americans going to Africa, I think that the main place Black Americans should go is Liberia, because Liberia has already been settled by Black Americans, has a long history, and it's a country that's ripe for growth. Like if you start investing in it now, in like 20, 30, 40 years, it'll really grow into something. And now, I've been researching Liberia and stuff lately. Liberia is it's a very undeveloped, or technically it would be considered an undeveloped country, but they have all the same stuff there that you have in America. Like, they got bars, they got strip clubs, they got, you know, yeah, they got a place where you can just hang out
Let,
and
let, let,
stuff.
let me ask you a question, brother. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So, outside of all the fun things, is there a place for black people to be into politics in a place like that.
Yeah, I mean they are in politics there.
Okay. Now another question. Um, damn, you made me forget. It
Oh,
was just funny. You made me chuckle when you said about the
Strip
strip
club.
club. I'll come back. I'll come back. Go ahead.
okay.
I,
But
I have a
yeah, you
question.
know. Oh, go ahead, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to instruct you, but yeah, we also know. In fact, Liberia used to be before the white man came to West Africa. Liberia was actually the most developed country in the continent. But we also
Yeah.
know the dark side of the issue of Liberia. So, like, if Black Americans is the tension still there, or has it gone down?
You mean like within Liberia itself?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I've done some research into it, and from the research that I've done, yes, in 1970 they did have a civil war. It continued off and on until like I think the mid to late 1990s. But now that civil war is over, so Liberia is rebuilding from that. Um, but I feel like a lot of the tension was mainly people think that it had something to do with like the black the Americo, like that's what they call themselves, the black Americans who settled Liberia. They're called Americo Liberians.
Hmm.
So the Americo Liberians, they a lot of people say it was between them and it was between like the native, like the Crew tribes and all the other tribes and stuff there and ethnic groups. But in reality, it was really more of like a political thing. It had more to do with like these political factions and stuff that was in the government. And then you had a gentleman named Samuel Doe, who I believe he was an Americo Liberian, but I gotta confirm it. But he was in the army with the government and like better conditions
You
because
breaking up
I
bad,
guess the
City of
barracks
Truth.
were like outdated or whatever. Or was that? Wait, oh, so all right. This is. Am I back? Is this better?
Yeah, it's better. What part of the United States are you in?
Um. Well, right now I'm a trucker, so right now I'm in Wyoming. Right now.
Oh shit! No matter. No, no,
Oh
no.
shit!
No,
Hey,
no
be
wonder. Okay,
careful! Be careful
I know
Yeah.
there,
what
bro.
Wyoming is. It looks like space out there at night.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yo, don't
You
come out
ever
of your
been
tracks,
there?
man.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. So All right. So yeah, Samuel Dole basically he launched a coup and they ran. They basically it was and he wasn't even an officer. He was a sergeant. And I guess he took a couple of platoons that was loyal to him, and they ran up into the presidential palace, and they took power over the country for a period of time. But eventually, they went back to civilian rule. So Liberia is actually doing much better now politically. It's like all the craziness and stuff. They had the little civil war phase and stuff, so that's over with. So now they just looking towards building themselves up. I think that's somewhere where Black Americans should invest into. Um,
And that's
you know.
true. That's true because I have a friend that I grew up with that's Liberian, and I guess she another part of African too, but she was born here in the United States, and her mother stayed over in Liberia and let her stay here with her dad. So yeah, a lot of things has changed.
Yeah, yeah. What's interesting, a lot of the people there are, cause see, a lot of the Americo Liberians they intermix with a lot of the native tribes. So a lot of Liberians are really mixed. So like half Americo Liberian, half another ethnic group, so it's like a blend of like cultures and stuff. And you see it even in the music. The music is very similar to like a kind of like Black American music, like with the just the percussions, the the way they dance, the way the way they bring everything together. It's very interesting. But I've never been there. I'm planning on going there at some point. And
But you know what? A lot of that is changing, man. And I think right now what's bringing people together is music. Believe it or not,
yeah, yeah,
the
absolutely.
Afrobeat,
And
all of that. Yes,
yeah, yeah, all of that. Music is so all cultures make music, but music is so universal. And a lot of the tribal stuff. I think this is the last. Like I think honestly, this is because of the internet and stuff. Now this is the last gasp for like tribalism in Africa. I think in another 20, 30 years, no, like especially the younger people, they won't even care about like tribe anymore.
that's
They
true.
won't give a
Let
fuck.
me, I know what I was going to ask you. Do you think since the passport bros travel everywhere, shouldn't they be having this kind of conversation instead of just going tricking?
But see, here's the thing about the passport bros. See, here's the thing because and it's interesting. I was just watching international passport. You seen his channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched yeah, he's a British black UK dude, and he's a passport bro. He has a following on YouTube. I was just watching his channel yesterday. The thing about a lot of those passport bros is a lot of them are not really like pro black like that. A lot of them are like pro Asian or they're pro
Exactly.
they want them like a Japanese woman or a Thai woman or a Filipina or something
So
like
in
that.
other words,
They're
Latino,
they
not
don't.
they're not
Latino.
they're not pro black like that.
No,
But
not so much. Not saying that you have to be pro black. What I'm saying is just travel. Period. In order to educate people on what's going on in other countries. See,
I don't that's not their goal. Like the
No,
passport
no,
bros,
no.
they,
What what you're trying to do is they display a form of self-hatred. I see them saying it all the time. The, similar to Fresh and Fit, who is the who are the role models. Basically, they say uh, we 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 don't deal with darkness, or we're not night riders. Uh, we we're trying to run away from black women.
yeah.
No, 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 not try and find
or even darker
find.
women in different parts of the world too.
No, you see
Yeah,
what
yeah.
the guy is saying is true because these passport bros, you always hear them going to Brazil, Colombia, and in Colombia they've been killing so many of those passport bros. By the way, Thailand, whatever.
It's true.
You
It's
hardly hear
not
them
funny,
going to
but it's true.
Jamaica, Haiti, or even Africa looking for wives.
Yeah, so
Well,
that's
Austin
the
said that he
mindset.
went. Austin said that he tried out African women. My thing is to me, this is what I say, brother. I know that in different countries, women are taught to be a certain way, but trust me, they're acting like women are ancient now. These women are all over the world listening to this stuff. And today, women are just a culture within themselves. They would say certain things in America to get by, like a Candace Owens and a couple of other females that are just like that,
Mhm.
just to get you to, to accept them, but they really all the same. It doesn't matter which woman you get, whether she's in Africa, whether she's in America, it doesn't matter.
Hey, but what if they say what about when they say that about us as men? What if they say, well, all men are all the same. We all just want pussy, and we all just trying to get it as fast as we can.
They have,
Or
I've heard
or
African women say that too, right here in America.
so so it's funny.
Hmm.
But my whole thing is a lot of the passport bro, though, at least the ones that I've known, a lot of them are they're more into like the Asian countries and stuff. Like a lot of them want like a Japanese wife or a Filipina or like a Thai or a Cambodian or something like that. They're focused on a lot of them are focused on Asia and not really focused on
Yo,
Africa.
man,
Like,
you guys, forget about reparations, man. The next 100 years, there will be no blacks in America left, man. Yo, for real. Next 100 years, you're
oh
gone, man.
yeah.
Well, let's just
It's
say this,
over.
brothers. I just say that most of, and back to the passport bros for a minute. I think that you can be smart in education, academia wise, but when it comes to just having a common knowledge of different things, you know, far as your surroundings, studying a place before you go shake the men's hands of that country to say, hey man, I want to date your women, you know, and to know that these women are not trying to trick you off to the point to where when you show up, she's having her husband rob you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and they're going in blind. That's the problem that I have. You know, you can do whatever you want to do, but that's an issue. You know,
Well, let
not
me
not.
let me ask you, bro. Let me ask you. Did you hear about that? It went viral. There was some young brother. I saw it a couple months ago. He said he went to Colombia, and he said they tried to kill him. Like, did you see that story?
Yeah, I was gonna cover it, but everybody was covering it, and I didn't want to jump on that bandwagon.
Yeah, yeah. So he said he was in Colombia, and he said he had a Colombian friend that was showing him around. Make a
Yeah,
long story short, and he said, well, this is according to what he said. He said they was up in one of the favelas or something. They was way up high on a mountain or whatever.
yeah,
And he said some dudes surrounded him and tried to take his camera or tried to rob him or something. And he said he basically started running. He was punching. He said ran into some farm's backyard or something and hid in like a stable or something for like 3 days. And then he
yeah.
said that's how he escaped. He just, you know what I mean? I'm like, the
Yeah, but
whole
the thing
thing
was,
seemed weird to me. Like,
he
do
got
you believe it?
well, he got connected to the
But he got
police,
what?
and the police. But the police, I got the footage. I saw it. But the problem is, these boys go in blind, man, and that's the problem. I don't care if you go to an African country, you need to know where you're going. And you got to have friends like, the brothers that are up here. I wouldn't dare go to Africa and think that, I'm going to come there and just, oh, I'm just going to grab me a wife over there. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to
Yeah.
learn first. I need to know something about the government, the laws.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
most of these guys
Uh,
are going to the lowest of the low, which would be the resorts where they pick up the prostitutes. They're not picking up the
yeah.
real women who want to be wives. Just to say,
Yeah.
look
Yeah.
what I got. And oh, she fixed me a fish sandwich, so now she's my wife.
Yeah, I remember one story where uh, a guy went to Colombia and met up with two ladies. I think they were uh, Latino or mestizo looking, and they 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 slipped a I think it was some kind of drug in his drink and rubbed him in it. So uh, he had to get his friend come back and uh, call the same girls and run this thing, and they filmed the whole thing, caught the girls, and uh, it's an actual it's an actual what do you call it? Actual it's like a move, isn't it? It's it's something that they rely on. They rely
Oh,
on
like a
coming.
tour guide.
No, no, they rely on people coming from America, naive young men looking for
Oh,
sex.
okay, I get what you're saying. They prey on those kind of people that come in.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
those countries, they're notorious for that. South American, Asian, the Asians will even uh, have a child with you.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah, but it's against some of their culture for them to do that. So if you will find an Asian that would do that, she would be from Thailand or maybe even Philippines because of the darker skin.
yeah, it depends. It depends on what kind of money you have.
Yes.
if you got the doctor level money, the color of the skin is only discussed behind your back.
One Indian lady
You look
told me,
around.
she said, I will come here. She's Pakistan. She says to me, I can, you can, if you give me citizenship, I will have baby for you and we can be married. I said, no, ma'am. I said, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to move over here so that you can move your husband and your whole family over here. And that's okay, but tell me the truth, you know.
you know, yeah. I mean, but I feel like with a lot, I think that the main people who are going to be doing stuff in Africa are going to be the Pan Africanists. Like that's the community you need to just deal with. Just work with them, deal with them, and you already have black people over there building farms, building huge properties and stuff over there. And I would like to like interview like more black people that are into like agriculture, like in Africa, like more
Yeah,
black Americans that are.
more into prepping for building your own foundation. I like that, brother. I should interview you as well.
Yeah,
I
yeah, brother. If you could just go ahead and I can drop either or. I can drop you my email or you can give
okay,
me
I'll put my
yours
stuff in the
and
back chat for you.
in the back chat, and I'll go ahead and shoot you an email. But yeah, the thing is, you got a lot of black Americans, but you got to go and find those people. Like a lot of them are on YouTube, but you got to go. Like you're never going to see these people on television because the American media is not going to cover it. But you got to find it on these people on YouTube. You got to, there's people in Africa doing big things, and I think it's a plus, for Black Americans. Just because, at least in the future, Black Americans have an option. They don't just have to stay in America if they want to. They can still go to Africa and thrive over there. But yeah,
People in America are doing big things like who? No, so people in Africa doing big things like who?
like a lot of people, like I said,
Yeah,
you got to go find
just
them.
name one. Just name one.
You got to go find them. I can't just name every single one, but I've seen a number of YouTube channels, and they over there doing big things. You know, um, you know.
Okay. Yeah. Hope to have a startup capital to help them uh, start something new. Africa is in desperate need of new projects, especially.
Indeed, brother, and I tell you why. And even Masaji Noir, aka Harzran, I think I'm saying it right. I've been knowing him a while, and I come from the Black Manosphere, and he's been on their head like for years, like really, telling them, hey man, let's stop making excuses. Let's go to other things. There are other things to talk about. You know, um, and I somewhat distance myself. I do believe in the things that they're saying, but there got to be other things. You need to learn the 101s of being a leader before you go into trying to tell a young boy or a young adult man how to trick off to get a girlfriend or a wife or just to get some sex. And you can't alpha your way through that situation. You confuse the audience. Are you looking for a wife or are you just looking for sex? You know, so I talk about a number of things. I did a documentary called Asian Hate, coming from a black perspective, and there are a lot of anti-black men from all over the world that would come to places like this to get their shit off, and it's a breeding ground for that. So my thing is, if you're not interested in black folks, that's fine, but don't come to my channel. And I'm not a pro-black person, but I am trying to help where the problem is needed the most. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, definitely,
You know,
definitely.
Right.
I love us regardless. I don't care if you're African. I don't care if you mixed. If you got black, period. I'm trying to see what it is that you may need that could help you in your life.
That's the problem with with black people though. Whether or not Asians or Caucasians, Arabs, uh, mestizos or whoever, whether or not they have a culture that that has racism ingrained within it, whether or not they hate us or not, they will still sleep with our women, our men. They will still do that. They've been doing that for years, but the, the problem is they control their population. They are in charge of their population. They have governments, so they know how many refugees to let in, how many uh they control the number of different races coming in and out of the borders. So they they are in control. They know what they're doing. They've been coming into Africa and setting up communities, uh, and they've got two wives, one in Europe and uh, and slaves or a traditional wives and loads of slave concubines in in Africa. So they know what they're doing, and they will create another population, uh, which they will make anti-African. They've been doing this stuff for years. So we're naive if we're going to think that uh, they are not going to interact with us uh, to, to get the other benefits, genetics or sex or whatever.
Yeah.
They are always going
Somebody
to
got
do that.
a terrible echo in the background. They didn't turn off YouTube.
Okay, yeah, that was somebody else who had that
Yeah, but I can hear you well now.
in the background.
Let me ask Kajman. Let me ask Masaji Noir a question. You there? You there, bro? Did he go to
No,
sleep?
Kaiser's probably with some chick.
I believe it. This is what I want to say. There's somebody in the chat named Flexed Up. He said, "Can y'all stop over censoring? I'm going to time people out who overly censor." What did he mean? What did he mean about people over censoring?
I have no idea what he means
I
by
think I
over.
think see my thing is I think with massage I'm gonna help Massage Noir with his channel because I got over 20,000 subs and I mean he got to stop giving uh 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 wrenches to guys who don't have nothing on their pages. They have clearly become trolls. And I got friends that work at YouTube and cybersecurity, and these are the same people that want to come in and see how we're building right here, and we have very good dialogue right here. And they because they don't want to hear certain thing, they would play this psychology game of saying that people are censoring people. Yes, if you're going to come in and you're going to be just over the top trolling and uh trying to divide people from whoever they want, like even though we're African and black people, we're trying to come together on a certain solution, and you'll find a person that will come in who's anti-black or even just a different race that don't want to hear us talk about these things and want to divide us, and they'll say stop censoring us, that type of thing. You got to know the psychology of these people. I study these folks, even at the college where I work.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I think the dude earlier was talking about I think he was saying like Latinos or
Yeah, that's a
Hispanics are
troll. That's a troll. He's been around a long time, and I've studied him. I know who he is.
yeah, but he was saying that like it wasn't. I'm not talking about the dude in the chat. There was a brother up here who was saying that Latinos like Hispanics are gonna take over like America or whatever. Um,
Yeah, I've heard that in sociology classes that by 2050, Latinos are going to take over America, and they're going to and half of them already have turned anti-black, but mainly white people here want a lot of uh, Mexicans who have caused a lot of problems and crime from the Mexico border in California, um, between San Ysidro and San Diego. They come here to commit all this crime,
Yeah,
and then they'll turn around and get a baby by a white person, and then blend in with them that are super racist, and then they'll go against black folks, especially even the ones that are doing well in America, to say black doesn't exist.
yeah.
They do a lot of that
Uh,
here.
no, there was a are you aware of this dude named Brandon Tucker here on YouTube? Or he has a channel called Pan Africanism Strikes Back. Are you aware of him?
Say it again.
Is that Brandon
Uh,
or
yeah,
Brian?
Brandon Tucker. Yeah, Pan
Yeah,
Africanism Strikes Back.
yeah, I know him.
But the other brother in here, are you aware of him?
Yes, I am. Yes, that's a clown. That's a clown.
Yeah,
I
he's a
mean,
bit childish.
but regardless of what you think, he had a situation like I think it was one of his cousins or someone he knew that
Uh-huh.
got killed by an illegal alien Mexican, and then he said he killed them, and then he went back across the border, but then he came back like 5 years later on a different name, and then he committed another crime, and then they was able to trace him back to the murder, so that's how they caught him. But yeah, you
I'm
definitely
tracing a
right.
few
Now
of
now
them
you
just
got
like
these,
that right
you
now.
got it's not just random gangbangers anymore. Now you got these Mexican drug cartels up here, and they run in Chicago now. Like the
Wow.
Sinaloa cartel, they run Chicago right now, pretty much.
It's two of them in the chat right now. I think I'm looking at them. I ain't gonna say they're a part of that. I'm just saying, like this Tim Brown person down here. Cosman, you need to let me moderate your channel really well for you, brother, because
But
you've been around that.
to be honest, let me be honest with you. A lot of Mexicans, because I grew up in California, so I grew up around them and stuff, playing
Me too.
sports and stuff. Yeah, playing sports with them. I think deep down inside, I, a lot of them want to be us. Like, do you feel that way?
I love Mexican people, man, but when you find these type, this is a problem because they
Yeah,
want to be white so
yeah,
bad,
yeah. No,
and
what
they
it
become a
is
problem.
they no, but you gotta answer. They could be hanging out around their own people, but instead they hanging out around us.
Let me
Yeah,
tell you.
So
Can I
what?
answer?
So
Can I
so what
answer
does
that
that
question?
tell you?
I know.
Can I answer you? Yo,
We not trying to hang out around them, but they coming around us. they
Yeah,
listen,
but then again,
listen.
they're high plants too.
They want your
they
women.
not
They
no
want your women.
these dudes are not intelligent enough to be plants. Don't give them that kind of credit.
Yo, can I
Okay,
All
answer
right.
you? Can you
they're
guys hear
just
me?
some randoms.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah, let me answer
Yeah.
your question on why they behave white supremacists, but yet they want to be black. You know, let's not get confused about that because I've traveled to various countries, and even here in Russia, you have the same white folks, especially the younger generation from let's say the age of 17 to 25. They have this black wannabe stuff. They also rap their hip hop in Russian, which I hate with a passion. I hate the way it sounds in Russian. But anyways, you know, I can look at you and I'm just like, wow, I love the shirt you're wearing, man. I love those jeans. Check those sneakers out, man. Gosh, I wish I could have them. Check that hat. So I love what you have, but I hate you. You
Yes.
see? So these people, they love your swag. They love the way Black Americans, like most Black people here are Africans, but they treat us like we're Black Americans. You know, they always stop us and ask us for pictures and everything. Foreign, I mean, not foreign, strangers stop you and ask you to rap for them, you know, and I don't rap. So they like your swag, they like what you have, but they hate you. That's why all these other races, Mexicans, whites, whatever, you see them trying to behave like you, imitate you, everything, but at the same time, they're racist. So I think there can be jealousy there, but they love what you have, but they hate you. That's the thing. I love what you wear, but I just hate you.
Well, when the
That's
white people, when the white people dismiss them, they'll come to areas like this, and they'll also go to the lowest of the lowest black people and hang out with them, and use them up. So that's what they do a lot. So I know exactly. I'm familiar with what they do, and most of them don't have half of the things that you have going on in your life. You know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the fact that they up here, it just shows like they don't have no girlfriend, they don't have no family members that want to hang out with them. So they just up here, and just what I mean, because they don't have nothing else to do. So, but let me ask you, bro. On the topic of Latinos, like personally, do you find like I'll take the subject to women, for now. Do you find like the Latin women, or at least some of them attractive, like Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Colombians, or anything like that?
Mainly Puerto Rican, and I'm just gonna say this because this
Yeah.
asshole down here, he has a problem with the fact that I've stated some things on other panels before that my mom is Dominican. My mom's a
Uh huh.
dark skinned Dominican woman, and my father's Nigerian. I've said that. He said, "Oh, nigga, you're not Dominican." I never said I was. I
What
said my mom was.
the fuck?
Stuff like that. And
Damn.
he's Mexican, but they hate Dominican people too. See,
Ah,
different
yeah,
different
that's weird,
different
man.
Latino people, they hate each other. So my thing is, Mexican people are the most hated. I love to uplift Mexican people because I love Mexican people. But when you find people like him, somebody has clearly done something wrong to this man, to where he figured he has to follow other black men and troll them, and you know tell them that they are part of this community, that part of the community. This man probably can't even match up to my education 4 times. You get what I'm saying? And he wants to
Yeah.
talk all this shit and give me all this history, and also say to me that I want to be Latino. No, I don't. Okay, yes, my ex-wife is Mexican and Puerto Rican. I think he has a problem with that.
Oh shit.
yo, Tim Brown and whatever your name is. If you've got the balls, man, come on live. Come live and tell us all this crap if you've got the balls or pussy, whatever you have. I don't know. Yo, Black Americans, I have a question for you, man. Do you guys know this
Yeah.
channel called Runaway Slave?
I never heard
Oh
of it.
no.
Oh man, you need to subscribe to that channel, man. I
Yeah,
mean,
but me
yeah.
personally, like staying on the topic of women, I like Puerto Ricans. Like for some reason, I've always liked them, but it's hard for
Don't
me
say
to
that too
find
loud because
one.
he gonna think you trying to be Latino.
I don't give a fuck what that nigga think. If he got a problem, he can come up here and say it to my face. I don't care. I don't care what another grown man think. That's in a chat. Like I just don't care about that type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm just bullshitting. I don't care either.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel you. But my whole thing is, I like Puerto Ricans. I like Dominicans. I like some Mexican chicks too. But the ones that I've been trying to holler at, been like I
Well,
feel like when it comes to Mexicans, right? Some of them have like a more round face, and some of them have like a face where they have like a more of like a square cheekbone. Like have you noticed that difference?
well, are you talking about the one with the straight hair, or the
No, I'm
one
talking
with
about the
the
ones with
black the
I'm
black
just
one?
talking about their face. I'm not talking about hair. I'm just saying there's Mexican women that have like round faces, and then
But
there's Mexican women, and then there's
they don't
Mexican.
like. Do they actually like black men like that, or black
Yeah,
people
Depends
like
on
they
that?
who they
be
are.
they be having babies with black men. So
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. Just because they
well,
have
let's say this.
babies with you, don't
They
mean
don't
they
mean that they
like
like
you.
you. Yeah, that's true. And I'm gonna tell you this. Let me say this. That is true, brother, because you'll find that the Latina, we say out here that their Mexican men are too controlling. They beat them, and they sometimes, it's just not publicized. Like they would say something about a black man, a black woman would say things about black men. Same thing with Latina. They do the same thing. Now, in particular, these guys are upset because their women are coming to us. And that's the problem right about now.
And we
You
can
know,
never
and
say no. We can never say
yeah,
no, man. That's the problem. Yo, I got a question, man. So we're here, bashing ourselves as men, going for these other ladies and other races. Let's talk about our sisters, man. Let's not trip, man. Let's not be tripping. Let's talk about our sisters in Africa. These sisters like going for these zaddies, especially for the money, man. And you can find, I don't know if Kaizo is here. You find a young Kenyan girl with an old white dude, man. Like, you ask yourself, I don't want to judge, but you ask yourself, is this really love, or is it she just wants to go see the UK
I
or the
mean, I
Netherlands?
see the
it should
same
say,
Is
I
it
thing
like
have
with.
a
that?
white man.
Is it like
I
that?
mean,
Is it like that for our Black American sisters?
I'm going to go
I
deeper
see
than
the
that.
same thing with black dudes. I mean, I've seen older black men with young women of other races too. So
Bro, let me tell you, I'm
it's
going to
not a
go.
remarkable thing.
Let me say this. My channel,
You know what it
I'm
is?
going to go. I'm going to go as deep as, other things on my channel. I don't give a fuck who don't like it. But this culture, this race thing of wanting to be somebody else and not being proud of yourself. First of all, number one, everybody want a white woman. This dude down here probably want a white woman. You got black men who want white women. The next to go to is Latina. You know what I'm saying? And Asian ain't gonna fuck with us unless you got some money. Or they have been kicked out of their own communities and they go to the lowest of the low. No matter what lifestyle you in, it seems like everybody wants to go towards that.
Yo,
And
please
that's the
send the link. Send the link to your channel. Subscribe to it.
okay, cool, brother. Y'all didn't let Chick Woo say anything. He got off.
No, I'm
I
here. I'm
wanted to
here. Well, one thing I did want to say though is it, when it comes to women going for men who have more money, that is a universal thing. Where women are always going to be attracted to the men with resources. I don't care who you are. I don't care what color skin you have. So if we want to attract women as men, we have to make sure that we have our resources up to par and that we're competitive with other races of men. So I think that falls on us as individuals. You see what I'm saying?
But
And
Chuck Woo, I ain't never had to pay for no woman. Never.
no, but okay. I'm married. I'm Nigerian. My wife is Nigerian,
I know
and
who you are. I remember you from Mike TV.
yeah. So
What is this Mike TV thing?
when,
What's it?
when you
Send me the
marry,
link.
okay, in African, at least in my culture, um, when you marry a woman, you pay all the bills. That is just what comes with it. And I think one of the things I'm noticing is that in American culture, people want to do this 50-50 thing where you pay half the bills, I pay half the bills. I don't think that's a stable arrangement. I think if you want a woman to take care of you in a traditional sense, you have to be able to pay all the bills. So that's one point I wanted to make. And the next point is, do you see like uh, an identity crisis in the Black community? I do notice that, especially in online spaces, I encounter a lot of Black people who say that they're not Black, they're Indian, they're not Black, they're some kind of indigenous something or other. There's some kind of more. They want to be everything other than
Black.
uh, Black or African or have anything to do with slavery. Just one question I have is why are Black Americans running away from Africa and running away from the history of slavery? Am I the only one who notices this?
Now,
And what do you think accounts for this? Why are there so many Black Indians all of a sudden? Where did they come out of?
you see, that's what I was asking. Like, for the past 3 years, they've all been saying we're Indian. Slavery is a hoax. It's a lie. It never happened. Where is the ship? Where is it? And all these other stuff.
Yeah.
And right now, we're having Black Americans now coming saying, okay, Africans owe us reparations. Okay, we're descendants of slaves. So, I'm just confused.
It doesn't make sense. It seems like it's some kind of ideology that's online that's spreading like a social contagion. Everybody's copying. I'm Indian. I'm Indian. I'm not. We are not African. We're Indian. But I just wonder how does that benefit you to pretend that you're an Indian? How does tethering yourself to an Indian
make
I'll be devil's advocate and play the side of the American Indian brothers, and I share their belief, slightly share their belief that there was black people here
well, Mike
before
T, he's one of
Columbus
these
got
people
here.
who spreads this a lot.
Yeah, they'll point out at Ivan Varsodoma's book. Uh, they came before Columbus, and he discusses a page where Columbus is told that that black men on ships. Somebody at the back, you have to mute yourself for echoing. Thank you very much. Yeah. So
Man, this is an interesting
Varsodoma's book,
conversation. You
in
know,
Ivan Varsodoma's book, he has a chapter that says Columbus uh, met Indians, and when he met the Indians, I think it was Aztecs or Peruvians or something like that, and they told him that, oh yeah, we've met black men with gold tips spears, and they were on boats as well, and they showed him the gold tip spear, and he took some of the gold, and he said he sent the gold back uh, to Spain, and it was analyzed, and it said the gold, uh, a high percentage of it came from uh, West Africa, I think Ghana. So that's one source of evidence, and there's a lot more if I can go and
But
look
one
back,
question,
but
let me ask one question though. What does it mean to say that you're Indian if you have no Indian language, no Indian culture, no Indian name, no Indian cuisine, no Indian religion, no Indian worldview? Nothing about you is Indian. You're thoroughly Black American, but you have decided that you are an Indian, even though even the government doesn't recognize you as Indian. Nobody recognizes you as
okay. One minute. Another source. When Pizarro uh, met the Incas, and uh, he basically encountered the Incas, and they had a bunch of captives with them. This was like redskin, normal Incas. They had a bunch of captives with them, and the captives were black Africans in it. And Pizarro asked the natives, where did they come from? Can you sell them to me? He wants to buy them in it. And the natives say, oh yeah, they're a local tribe from across the river, and we often uh, battle with them and capture them to do whatever with. So there's a lot of sources, but the question is, uh, they try to avoid the whole African story altogether. They try to go as far as saying that Africans came from America and
that
not the
doesn't make
other way around. Because I'm no, no, I'm sure you know of the Olmec heads. You've
the
seen the
Olmecs
Olmec heads.
genetically are like they have Asian ancestry. So this idea that they're Black.
No. I'm
Can I
talking
comment?
about
Can I comment to that? The
what,
Olmec.
one minute.
Wait. The Olmecs.
One minute. Let me just say this. I'm talking about, if you Google Olmec head #1, which is the actual one with the helmet off, and the dude has a high top, like a
Those
low
Olmec heads.
standard high top. Sorry, go
Let me tell
ahead.
you one thing. I know people like using the Olmec heads to say that the black people and everything. Just like what our brother here mentioned, you will find some Mexicans with cheekbones.
Okay, most people think it's just black people, but you find them with cheekbones. Second of all, I've seen some of these. I don't want to use Latinos, but these Central Americans, the one that look like Native Americans, they've got big nose. Some of them actually have wide nose, and they have cheekbones. So their faces is slightly, maybe it's their eyes that's a little bit different, but their faces is slightly like black people's feature faces. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
No, if you actually Google Olmec head number one, uh, you'll find the one without the helmet, the,
That's
the
not
head
exactly
without
evident.
the helmet,
That's
and
not
and
exactly
and
evident.
and and he has a high top. Oh yeah, we can actually go into more evidence. There's so much evidence that they have on their side. If you actually look through it, even I wasn't sure at first, but there's so much evidence that black people were here, even in the Americas, when uh, they are
Okay, but
they
question.
are.
Can I ask one quick question? What would you say to a black person who says that they are not African, they have no African ancestry, they are aboriginal to the Americas, to North America? They evolved here, and they are Olmec because of a statue. Now, is that a convincing argument for you, or do you think that
I,
black people evolved in North America?
I
Go ahead.
tell them uh, the same way Sheikh Anta Diop and others had to prove to the European community, to uh, the Arab community, that ancient Egyptian had a African origin and a black
That's
origin.
different. That's different.
They have to do the same. They basically have to do the same. They have to prove, because they are claiming that uh, South America has a black origin that predates the 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 so-called Indian or American Indian origin. So they have to prove that. They have to uh, DNA test mummies. They have to gather up artifacts. They have to uh, open up DNA laboratories. So they are fledglings. They are at the beginning, and right now uh, it's very bad for them, because when Sheikh Anta Diop and our other esteemed uh, scholars were doing that, there was no YouTube, there was no social media, there was no hustlers, there was no
We will still find them on YouTube,
camera.
man. We will still
Uh-huh.
find, because even Diop he did his series when in the 80s, the early 80s. We still find them on YouTube today.
But can
You still
Africa?
find what?
Listen, let me tell you one thing. This thing of black people evolving, it just doesn't make sense. If you look at the human race, okay, whatever you believe in, whether it's God or nature, every race was placed according to the weather of that pattern. Black people near the equator were placed here because it's really hot. The same Pacific people, the ones from Papua New Guinea, the Samoa Island, whatever, they're also dark skinned like us, but where they are is also hot. So the fact that you find black people in North America where it's cold, where the weather is not favorable for us, it just doesn't make sense. Obviously, there it has to be light-skinned people.
Uh-huh.
The same Amerindians in South America, they're not black, but they're really melanated. They just have straight hair, but they have melanated. So the fact of black people in North America, due to the weather patterns, it just doesn't make sense if you
Right.
look at where the human race was placed.
Exactly. The Incas, the Mayans in South America, the Native Americans in North America, and the Eskimos in Alaska genetically are related. So how can a black person say that they are the real natives when we know the genetics and the testing has been completed already. These are related groups. So if you're not one of these groups, how, in what sense are you a Native American? And can Africans really do business with Black Americans who have convinced themselves that they're Native Americans? Like, in what sense are we the same with these people?
They don't want to do business with Africans. They don't want to do business with
Yeah, let me ask, where you from? The guy in the
any
UK.
African.
Where you?
One second. One second. I remember listening to a Morris show back in the days. The guy was saying that the people who really rule the world are Africans. The people who really rule the world are Ethiopians, and they've got Europeans and Black Americans warring against each other. So he's appealing to all the Europeans and the Black Americans to side together against the Africans. So they've got a lot of concepts like Hebrew or the Hebrew Israelites are really from America. Israel was really was
In America,
really
I know that. That's just nonsense. And they say the Mississippi River is the actual Nile River. I've seen that on you. It's just nonsense. But it just doesn't make sense, because also this I don't want to call it Afrocentric, this FBA centric thing, of them being the original Americans. Why do they focus on Black America, but they don't talk about the Black people in the Caribbeans and in South America? And the Black people in the Caribbeans and South America, they have so much similarity with African culture. Look at the Haitian voodoo. Look at the Jamaican Maroons. They still speak Akan. Look at the French Guyanese and the Suriname. They still speak Akan language. But Black Americans are exceptional. Black Americans are just exceptional. They are the original ones there. It just doesn't make sense.
The reason for that is because the only reason why FBA and ADOS exist is to delineate who is eligible for reparations and who isn't. So a lot of the hatred that you're seeing against Africans and Caribbeans is they don't want they don't want any mix up as to who is eligible to get reparations. So all this tether talk is really just a way to separate and segregate who is eligible for reparations versus who isn't. So it doesn't make sense.
How are they going to exclude some Jamaicans or other Indians? Let's say, according to them, Black Americans were taken from America to be enslaved in Haiti, Jamaica.
Whatever.
Hold on. I'm a real Aboriginal here. Let me clear up something.
No. What? 1 minute. Let me finish. And I've actually got evidence for this. There's a tribe called the Tupinanga. The Tupinanga people who were taken from Peru and brought into Jamaica, and they were then brought into Africa, and they escaped and mixed with the local people. So that tribe was actually black. So that's actual evidence.
No, man, you got it mixed up, man. The slave trade was like this. They took them from Africa to Jamaica, for example, to Jamaica. And then let's say somebody in South American Guyana, some slave owner, they wanted to buy some slaves, so they couldn't get from Africa because it was too expensive. So they used to buy some of those slaves who even stayed, slaves stayed maybe 10 years in Jamaica. So they bought those slaves from Jamaica to bring them to Guyana. That kind of,
1 minute. We've heard that story. We've heard that story a million of times. We want to hear new stories. We can go and find the video. We can go and find the video. We can go and find the video talking about the Tupinanga people who were taken from America, brought into Jamaica, and some of them were taken to Africa and actually escaped to go and mix with the local people. It's the actual story that
Where
was
you
being
from?
discussed.
Where you original from?
That was being discussed in the college.
Where you from?
I'm from the Congo. I'm from the Congo, DRC. I'm part of the Feather Gang. I'm part of the Feather Gang. The DRC people. We also wear feathers. We
Tu parles
also wear
français?
feathers. We
Tu parles
also,
français?
oui, je parle français.
Mais pourquoi tu dis les mensonges comme ça, toi aussi?
Non, c'est pas le mensonge, c'est la vérité, c'est la vérité. Les American Indians or American Indians, some of them were black, some of them were black Africans. You know, the ancient Egyptians made it all the way to America. There's evidence of
Nah,
that.
man, you saying that
Oh
wrong. You
my
need to come
gosh.
correct, bro.
Oh
You
my
need to come
gosh.
correct. Here's what happened, man. One, Egypt is the real Egypt is in the Americas, man.
Oh my God.
The real
Kaiser.
Egypt is in the Americas. One, no Africans came over here like that. It was black people, indigenous people, aboriginals were taken from America and sent to Africa and sent everywhere else.
Oh my God.
Wow.
What else y'all? What else y'all said? The ones in South America and everything like that, they aboriginals too, but their identity was stolen. See, y'all don't understand, man.
How can you steal an identity from a whole? I mean, even the Native Americans,
no.
Native Americans, their identity was
One, them Native Americans that you speaking of, one
day
they Asiatic.
No, I'm talking about the real one. I'm talking about the real one. The Red Indians. The Red Indians.
No.
Where are the pyramids? Where are the pyramids?
He the original
people. Where are the pyramids? Where are the pyramids in America?
We've heard your stories loads of times. It's time to hear their story. Please let him speak.
We are the original people of the Americas. And then the red man came over, the so-called red man, the Asiatic, came over in the 1800s. The white man brought him there so that he can steal our identity and take us out of our culture. And also, people don't understand this. Corvus is an indigenous word. Because what happened is that they took the English language. I'm speaking my native language. They took the language that we speak, that I'm speaking right now, that y'all speaking right now, and called it English. The white man didn't have this language before us, bro.
You sound crazy. You sound crazy. What are you talking about,
bro? I'm fucking with y'all. I'm fucking with y'all. But this is what they believe, though. What I just said. A lot of some of the shit they believe. Some would say that that's not true. Some would say this and that. But I heard Abbo say that the English language is Aboriginal. I heard that they said that that black people were taken from the Americas and sent to Africa. I heard that the slave trade don't exist because some of them don't go with the whole reparations. Some of them are anti-reparation and they just want land. A bunch of them also say that what you call it, that the like the slave trade didn't happen, that English is their language, that Egypt is really in the Americas, all kind of crazy shit. Everything I just said, I heard Abbo say. They are some of the craziest people. Yo, like
they're right though. They're right. They're right. I believe they're right.
Yeah, this guy believes that. This guy believes
that. Because
here's the main problem. They can sit there and they deny. They can say that they're 100% something else. Fine. They're not African. We're not Africans, right? We're descendant of Africans, but we are not. We stopped being African after a certain point, right? Because when the slave trade is happening, parents and are being put all around, and then the culture is not being disseminated. But what happened in the Caribbean, where my family is from, a lot of them kept dying, so they kept bringing in more Africans. So our African culture is a little more preserved than it is with African Americans because they tended to live longer. So there's more of a distance between them culturally and the continent, not so much with us.
You don't think this trauma bonding? You don't think they're just trauma bonding and attaching themselves to Native American culture as a result of
they can't.
No way.
They don't mix with the Native Americans. They don't. They're against them. They say that they stole their identity. They don't think that they're indigenous. They think they come from Asia and that they have nothing to do with the Americas.
They have some actual evidence. Like if you look at where all of these inventions came from, like very complex inventions such as uh, the train, uh, the motorbike, the plane, all all in the
The
space
PlayStation 2.
of 20 years, all in the space of 20 years. So what they say is that uh, America was already an established civilization, an established, let's say, electricity age civilization with trains, cars, uh, uh, like huge, huge buildings, and there was an earthquake.
Skyscrapers.
There was an earthquake. There was an earthquake in the 14th century, and after that earthquake, uh, the civilization collapsed, and the Europeans used that chance to actually get into uh, America and take over the Indians' belonging, which is the civilization.
Here.
So they
So
they
look,
they then took all of the technology and called it theirs. They took the train, the car, the steam engine, uh, electricity. They took all of that and called it theirs. That's what the Moors and the American Indians say. So I I don't know if I believe that or not, but that technology is kind of suspicious, the way that technology manifested so
They're just
quickly.
shit up. That's demonstrably false. It doesn't really, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what these people believe. It doesn't correspond with reality. These people uh, have somehow convinced themselves of a false history, and they are telling themselves these stories over and over again. And my only question is, what kind of psychological profile do you have to believe this and to base your sense of identity on these made up stories about, my great grandmama said I'm Cherokee and this tribe and all this bullshit, where you have no Indian culture, language, history. Uh, you have no tribe. You have no anything. Nothing. Nobody recognizes Indian.
but to be real though, like even if you look at real Native Americans who genetically are Native Americans, they don't even have that either. Like when you look at Mexicans, the vast majority of Mexicans have a pretty substantial amount of Native American DNA. But they don't, but they speak Spanish and they got Spanish names. It's just like it was like assimilation. Also, you had those schools where they forced indigenous children to take on European names and the Christian God and all that and erase their culture. So like when you go to a lot of what do you call it? Reservations, you won't find a lot of John Smiths.
Actually, that's
I
true.
mean, it
I
happened.
never thought about that. I never thought about that's true. Mexicans have Spanish names and they speak predominantly Mexican. I mean
I,
Spanish.
I, I know one
But all
story
this means is
that
that black people can be $5 Indians. There's a lot.
I know one
Right.
story that is factual, where Calloway when Dave Calloway says that actual slave name are not actual slave names, because they actually came from black ancestors, because the black Irish and the black Germans and the black Danish were actually uh, enslaved and brought into America.
Yeah,
So
whatever. Listen,
some of them, some of,
Dane
Black
Calloway has
Irish
been
is not
caught.
real.
Let me tell you one thing. Dane Calloway has been caught using pictures from dark-skinned Sri Lankans and Eritreans by saying that those are Native Americans. He was caught because even some Black Americans were doubting his stories, so they went and did deep research, and they caught him using pictures of Sri Lankans and Eritreans, saying that see, we was black, we was here, we was black. This is us. So
That's what happens, because like that's the thing about America, right? About some people, it's like we don't understand like different cultures around the world. So when we look at something that is like So say like I look at a lot of things from like a lot of different cultures, especially like Southeast Asia, Africa, and every. So I know what like I'm looking for, or like what certain things look like. Like if they show me a picture of a Polynesian, they try to say that's Native American. Obviously, I'm going to be able to point it out, but that's not going to be obvious to just the average person because their whole thing is that everybody and their grandmother over here that's black say that they got Native American ancestry, whether it's true or not. They say that they got Native American ancestry and they base it off of that one grandmother. And then they spin this whole story of, you know, because we also susceptible to conspiracy theories. We love conspiracy theories. So everything is against us. They lying to us, all this other stuff. It all fits within that. And it kind of comes out of the Moorish Science Temple people because they also make claims that black people were here originally before anybody else. And not only that, it's also mixed with sovereign citizens. So if you know anything about sovereign citizenship or sovereign citizen movement, that's also heavily connected to the Abos too.
You are misrepresenting the information. David Imhotep has a book that that gives information about Africans coming into the Americas first, even before the Vikings who also came into America, and so does Ivan Vassertama. Those are two books. They're not just uh, you know just the stories. They're actual books that you can find, and
But
I
do you
can
know?
point you out to. I can point you out to more.
All right, cool.
From
Just all you got to do is just show because like the Viking settlements they found here, like you know, you can see the same type of settlements over there in Norway and Iceland. So what did
all
the
right,
Africans leave? Don't look at like
all
an
right,
Olmec statue and say like that's an African because you got people in
all
those
right.
areas that look just like that. And like
Give me
you gotta
5
come with
minutes.
some DNA. If you ain't got no DNA evidence, you gotta show me something that there is something that's tangibly African that's found nowhere else but in Africa, but it's in the Americas at the time before Columbus and before the Vikings. Because even when the Vikings came over, you're still Native Americans here.
Pyramids. The pyramids in
Those are not
Peru.
even pyramids, bro. I hate that term
So,
because what they really
one
are,
minute.
they're more like ziggurats, bro. They're not even
1
pyramids.
minute. 1 minute. 1
They have
minute. 1 minute.
temples
1
on
minute.
top of
1
them.
minute.
What Egyptian
1
pyramid
minute.
got a temple on top? It's topped with
Those
a
1 minute.
headband, bro.
1
Those ain't no
minute.
damn.
But they are older than the pyramids in Egypt.
No, they're not.
They are pre-concept buildings.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
No, they're not, bro. We date.
It's a new finding. It's a new finding. 1 minute.
Dated.
1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Let me
Okay, go ahead.
update you. It's a new finding in 2024. It's been listed in the UNESCO. I was actually watching a debate on it,
What?
and I had to go on Google to basically uh, basically to try and dispel it in it because I didn't want it to be true, but it was the actual
Yeah, I
step
think you're trying to find
pyramid.
excuse. You're trying to find excuse for Congo not to pay Black Americans reparations, man.
Oh no! I'm giving you actual facts. I'm giving you actual facts. If one of you have a show and you want to debate this, we can debate this, and I will
Real quick.
I will guarantee you that I will definitely wipe the floor with you and prove to you that Black Americans
That's
were here
doubtful.
before
Very doubtful.
Europeans.
No, I don't think so. But do you ever notice that these ideologies seem to appeal to the low IQ, low income people in the Black community? Like, there's no high profile people who believe this. This is all just like people in online spaces who are, like, you don't see like any athletes or political figures who parrot this stuff. This is just an online phenomenon. Like, are people really just succumbing to bullshit that they're?
You remember ODB, right? From the Wu-Tang Clan. I think he's
Mm-hmm.
dead.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he used to say he's Indian. He used to say he's Indian, and he's probably not the only one. I think
He
Nas
doesn't know. He doesn't know what
has
he's saying.
someone in there. So you can't be calling people low IQ because they've chosen to study another part of history that
That is a lie. That is a lie.
black people do not choose to study. I'm going to represent my Abo brothers and sisters today
They're low
because
IQ. Here's why they're low IQ, because they are susceptible to an online phenomenon that is bullshit. It's demonstrably false, but they have adopted this false ideology as their identity. It's a low IQ thing to happen. They don't have any self awareness. They just hear it and adopt it and spread it. They're like non-player characters. These people are not intelligent people, and I think there's unfortunately too many people in the black community are susceptible to this because they're not very smart, or they have some kind of self-hatred at work. It doesn't make sense in any other way. Like, what is there to be gained by believing something that's not true?
Well, here's the thing. So a lot of the arguments that they use is that they say that, well, Africans tell me that I ain't African, and these Africans will tell you that you ain't African. It said that you something else, that you are your own people. See, that's the thing. They always use y'all. Like their name, y'all names are always in their mouths as proof as that we're not descended from Africans. Because they say go to an African will tell you that you are not them. That's the first thing that they say. They say they don't hate Africans. It's just an African would tell you that they are not, that you are not them.
Let me tell you the problem. You see, let me tell you the problem. When the way Africans behave in Africa is totally different from the way Africans behave in the US. In Africa, we all know Black Americans will be respected, they will be loved, they will be treated almost like white people. That's a fact. But once these Africans go to America, it's just a different story. I don't know. That's where the diaspora war begins.
You know what? Because I think that the people who do come over here are like middle class, kind of like, well-to-do over there in Africa. But the people who are more like, low class, I don't want to say low class, but have like less money, more impoverished, I think they do appreciate African Americans more. Like we get the super religious and the super, and the ones that got like, pretty good money, like middle class, like upper middle class money over here. So they kind of have an air about themselves where they're kind of like, though I would kind of call stuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they kind of think that they're kind of better than everybody else, or
around
the other black.
Classism is more prominent in African society. Like, in Africa, like in Nigeria, I know that I'm part of the upper classes. Like it's not. I can only speak for Nigeria. I don't know how it is in the Congo or any other place, but we do separate ourselves based on class. So why would that change just because we come over here?
Oh, right.
No, he's got a point, because also in Africa, the same way Black Americans, let me speak of, are being filled with this stereotype that Africa is just poor, bushy, primitive, and everything. I mean, let's speak the truth. What the brother is saying is true. Most of the Africans who go to America are middle class people. And at the same time, they also grew up in Africa watching all these gang movies and all these shootings and everything. Like, even me, I used to think all Black Americans lived in the ghetto, And when I came across Black Americans who were from middle class, whatever, I was actually surprised. So when they go to America, they keep that that thing in their mind that, the Black Americans just ghetto and all that stuff. And they look down upon them. Am I correct? Those of you in the US.
I can't speak
No,
on that.
that's accurate. That's accurate.
Okay. I've brought some more evidence.
Oh my gosh.
Yo, tell me the name of the earliest
Black
LSD.
American.
Tell me the earliest Mayan pyramid, and I'll tell you how old it is.
1 minute, please. 1 minute. I went to my favorite my favorite channel that gives a lot of
Oh
information
my
about
gosh.
about about Black American Indians. I would not say
What's the
the
matter with you?
I will not say the name. I will not say the name of the channel. But here is a book. The guy quotes a book. I just played a video for 5 minutes, and straight away you see evidence. The book is called Race Relations in Virginia and Miss Con Miss Wisconsinia in the South, 1776 and 1880. It says they do not fall subject to the slave code. This case add interest to the study of pedigree, but they must be considered as additional evidence of the extensive mixture of racial blood in the slave states. To the visitor in the South, the physical characteristics of many Negro slaves bore witness to their Indian origin. In the state of South Carolina, early Negro Indian history has much influence by conditions that resulted from occupation of the territory to the south by the Spanish. From early time, the Spanish and their Indian allies in Florida, South Carolina, slave and harbored runaway from the South Carolina plantation.
All right, but question: what percentage of Black Americans are affected by anything that you just read? Like out of
Uh,
like what percentage? Is this 1%? Half of 1%? Is this 100%? Like how many Black Americans can really go back and say, "Yeah, I'm an Indian"? Is this a significant statistically, or is this these are just statistical outliers we're talking about?
you, you know what? I, I'm I'm in I'm in a position to say that every single black person in America can class themselves as an Indian if they want to, because they can trace back black people who are Indian,
Based on what?
uh,
Based on what?
based on uh, Europeans who are 5% Indian, claiming their Indian heritage.
What the
They can do
heck?
that.
So so you can claim an Indian even if you are like less than 5% genetically an Indian. You're a full Indian. Is that what we're doing?
Oh, no, that's what Europeans do. That's what you was asking me based on what I'm saying. If Europeans can do that, then if black people uh, can find themselves a ancestor who was called the Indian in the so-called uh, slave records or whatever, they can call themselves an Indian as well, can't they? Uh,
But how
that
can you
shouldn't be a
be
problem.
something that you're less than 5% and you don't even have any connection? How can that be you?
Well,
Does
that's
that
what
make
I'm
sense?
talking about. I can basically collect more and more evidence to inform you, even better evidence to inform you that when Europeans, cowboys or whatever you want to call them, in the 17th century, when they were warring with these so-called Indians, they were describing them uh, uh, as let's say black Africans, woolly hair, Negro lips, etc. So if you can find something like that in the records, oh, then that will make you confused. That will make
Hey,
your
yo,
head
look,
confused.
man. Look, we got Columbus, man. We got Columbus record. Because I read one of Columbus' journals, and Columbus is the first person of European descent. I mean, to actually describe these Native Americans. He said at least the ones in the Caribbean He said that they paint themselves black, but up their arms and like their bodies, but they don't paint their hands or whatever. They said that they are neither black nor white, and they have this kind of brownish skin. They got straight hair. Because if they were Negroes, he would have said that they were Negroes. Because this nigga named Columbus went to West Africa, so he knows what black people look like. He's seen black people. He would have called them Negroes if they looked like us.
So has Pizarro. And Pizarro said he saw, what do you call it, Indians capturing Negroes. And Pizarro knows what Negroes are. He knows what Indians are as well. He said he saw Indians capturing Negroes. And Indians told him that they war with these Negroes who live across the river. This is in Pizarro's book. So if these people are seeing things like that in the books, that's going to drive them crazy. So why didn't the Europeans just burn those books? Because it's hell of confusing. What do you expect them to do if they're finding they're finding Africans in pre-colonial America or pre-European America? It's very difficult thing for them to find, so it confuses them. And I think the Europeans need to study it and place it in the correct historical category, because they are creating two stories, and it's leaving a lot of people confused now. So what
LSP,
do we
which one
do?
makes more sense? Which one makes more sense to you? That the blacks are native Indians, or the blacks were descendants of slaves from Africa?
Me, I'm just playing the devil's advocate. I don't really have a bone in the story. So
Okay, I'm a speak.
what makes more sense to me is that it could be a mix of both, innit? A mix of both. Black
No.
slaves, black slaves, and 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 so-called Indians, and some like black people that were living here already. Not a lot.
Nature-wise, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense nature-wise.
But hey, that's the thing. I can point you out to the evidence, and then you can fight the evidence, but you won't be able to. I've tried to fight the evidence myself, but I can't. So what do I do with it? Like what I just read you. It says uh, the Negroes have Indian blood. Oh,
Anyways, yeah. To me, what makes sense is the slave trade story. It's a very sad story, very unfortunate, but that's what makes sense. The idea of blacks being genetic native from America, it just doesn't make sense. Yo, I gotta say good night, man. It's 1 a.m. where I am. I gotta go to work tomorrow morning. It was nice chatting with you guys. Kaizo, thanks for the time, man.
me too.
Thanks.
Good night, guys. Peace.
Nah, man.